and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Benson, New London, Kirkhoven, Bruton, Belgrade, Murdoch, Pennock, Norway Lake, Gilchrist, Delaware Graph, Lake Henry, Sunburg, Sedan, Regal, Monson Lake State Park, Sibley State Park, Swift Falls and Georgeville. Anyone outdoors should move to shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. The storm is capable of producing widespread damaging winds and large hail. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Seek shelter immediately in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Chippewa, Canby, Ojai, Pope, Stearns, and Swift. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. For central Minnesota, an extreme heat warning remains in effect until 9 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Hennepin, Isanti, McLeod, Meeker, Sherburne, and Wright. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6 p.m. for the following county: Stearns, Minnesota. Severe thunderstorm watch number 548 has been issued until midnight Monday for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Benton, Carver, Hennepin, Isanti, McLeod, Meeker, Mille Lacs, Nobles, Sherburne, Stearns, and Wright. This is Weather Radio Station WNG676 Clearwater, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.50 MHz. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota, serving listeners across much of central Minnesota. The current time is 5:24 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in the Twin Cities has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Canby, Ojai County, west central Stearns County, northeastern Chippewa County, southeastern Pope County, eastern Swift County, until 6 p.m. At 5:15 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Lake Hassel, or 21 miles southeast of Morris, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Benson, New London, Kirkhoven, Bruton, Belgrade, Murdoch, Pennock, Norway Lake, Gilchrist, Delaware Graph, Lake Henry, Sunburg, Sedan, Regal, Monson Lake State Park, Sibley State Park, Swift Falls, and Georgeville. Anyone outdoors should move to shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. The storm is capable of producing widespread damaging winds and large hail. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Seek shelter immediately in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Chippewa, Canby, Ojai, Pope, Stearns, and Swift. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. For central Minnesota, an extreme heat warning remains in effect until 9 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Hennepin, Isanti, McLeod, Meeker, Sherburne, and Wright. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6 p.m. for the following county: Stearns, Minnesota. Severe thunderstorm watch number 548 has been issued until midnight Monday for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Benton, Carver, Hennepin, Isanti, McLeod, Meeker, Mille Lacs, Nobles, Sherburne, Stearns, and Wright. This is Weather Radio Station WNG676 Clearwater, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.50 MHz. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota, serving listeners across much of central Minnesota. The current time is 5:27 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in the Twin Cities has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Kandiyohi County, west central Stearns County, northeastern Chippewa County, southeastern Pope County, eastern Swift County, until 6 p.m.
Because
At 5:15 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Lake Hassel, or 21 miles southeast of Morris, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Benson, New London, Kirkhoven, Brewton, Belgrade, Murdoch, Pennock, Norway Lake, Gilchrist, Delaware Graph, Lake Henry, Sunburg, Sedan, Regal, Monson Lake State Park, Sibley State Park, Swift Falls, and Georgeville. Anyone outdoors should move to shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. The storm is capable of producing widespread damaging winds and large hail. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Seek shelter immediately in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Chippewa, Kandiyohi, Pope, Stearns, and Swift. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. For central Minnesota, an extreme heat warning remains in effect until 9 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Hennepin, Isanti, McLeod, Meeker, Sherburne, and Wright. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6 p.m. for the following county: Stearns, Minnesota. Severe thunderstorm watch number 548 has been issued until midnight Monday for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Benton, Carver, Hennepin, Isanti, McLeod, Meeker, Mille Lacs, Nobles, Sherburne, Stearns, and Wright. This is Weather Radio Station WNG 676 Clearwater, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.50 megahertz. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota, serving listeners across much of central Minnesota. The current time is 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The National Weather Service in the Twin Cities has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Kandiyohi County, west central Stearns County, northeastern Chippewa County, southeastern Pope County, eastern Swift County, until 6 p.m. At 5:15 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Lake Hassel, or 21 miles southeast of Morris, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Benson, New London, Kirkhoven, Brewton, Belgrade, Murdoch, Pennock, Norway Lake, Gilchrist, Delaware Graph, Lake Henry, Sunburg, Sedan, Regal, Monson Lake State Park, Sibley State Park, Swift Falls, and Georgeville. Anyone outdoors should move to shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. The storm is capable of producing widespread damaging winds and large hail. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Seek shelter immediately in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Chippewa, Candy, Ojai, Pope, Stearns, and Swift. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. For central Minnesota, an extreme heat warning remains in effect until 9 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Hennepin.
Hey everybody, welcome to Black Sheep Weather.
Severe
That is
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
severe thunderstorm warning for Traverse and Big Stone. There it is. I'm like, I wasn't seeing it quite yet. There we go. Oh, you guys are probably still going to be able to hear the weather radio behind me. So I don't have my earbuds in to be able to give myself a separate stream yet. So my apologies for that. We'll get there soon enough. So right now it's getting a little busy out here in Weatherland. Let me mute that real quick in the right place. There we go. Now I can actually hear myself think. So again, welcome to Black Sheep Weather. It is live weather coverage here on a Sunday afternoon. It's about 5:30 here in the Twin Cities. Right now we're looking more north and west of the Twin Cities and a bit west and southwest of the St. Cloud area. As you can see, we've got a very strong thunderstorm here. It's going to be moving into the Belgrade and Bruton area. It's going to move over Lake Henry, and that's going to keep chugging along. It's drifting a little bit south of east, but it seems to be expanding north to south, so I'm not sure if it's going to miss the St. Cloud area or not. It may just clip the south side of St. Cloud. And there's that new severe thunderstorm watch that they were talking about. It's going to be up here in this blue area, and that is for the actual front farther north. But we're looking at ourselves here. We have our considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is covering a good chunk of real estate that is northwestern Candy, Ojai County. Going into southwestern Stearns, it's going to be a good chunk of Stevens County and back into, I believe that is Swift. This is where my county structure gets a little wonky out there. So it's Candy, Ojai, Stearns, Chippewa, Pope, and Swift. And that's 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and up to half-dollar-sized hail are the primary threats with this storm. But as we look further back, you'll see there's more severe storms back here towards Graceville. Those are warned. And we've got another cluster of cells that is blowing up out here north of Watertown, South Dakota. All of this is moving a little bit south of east. So the main storm motion is from 290 degrees, which means it's 270 is directly from the west. We're just a little tilted there to the south, but not by a lot. So I've been watching this north edge of this where the warnings are. And the north edge of that warning, if we extend it out, which I can do here, my handy dandy line drawer. If I grab that line and just extend it along, you can see that just barely clips the north side of the metro, but means everything generally to the south, which would be most of Hennepin County, most of Wright County, southern Washington, Ramsey, Dakota, Scott and Carver counties, all would be in this if it does hold together and move through the Twin Cities. Whether or not it'll do so, that still remains to be seen. It's kind of one of those where the storms earlier today looked like they were going to be severe and go right through the metro, and then they kind of moved up more towards St. Cloud and fizzled. That's this little fine line here that you can see right along the Mississippi River up by St. Cloud. But right now, our primary concern is these storms that are out here. They're generally moving towards the Twin Cities. Temperatures are disgusting outside. The dew points aren't much better. If you get back here a bit farther west, it cooled off for a little bit with these storms. I mean, earlier it was 80 in Litchfield. It was only 82 in Wilmer, but the sun came back out and temperatures went right back up. So currently right now in Blaine, 90 degrees. South St. Paul, 92. 90 at Flying Cloud Eden Prairie. 91 at the airport. Dew points in the Twin Cities here anywhere in the low to mid 70s. And if you get farther south, it gets even worse. St. James, dew point 81. Dew point 77. Mankato, same in Fairmont. And that extremely tropical air mass is what's moving right up into the storm complex and what's fueling it. And one of the things that we're going to get through tonight first and through this first round of severe weather, there's a chance we could do the same exact thing again tomorrow night. And that's one of those things that's going to give us meteorology people some serious gray hair overnight is when this does blow through. Because it looks like it will be severe when it blows through again. So it will be a very interesting 24 to 36 hours. Even Wednesday morning we could see more storms, but by the time we get to Thursday, temperatures finally cool off and it becomes a much more tolerable air mass. Right now just waiting for updates to come through on these warnings. Haven't seen anything from out here towards Sundberg, Bruton, down towards Kirkhoven. Waiting to see if there's any storm reports come through with this, because that is a pretty substantial hail core. You notice some new storms developing out in front of it out here by Norway Lake and New London. And that is something we're going to have to watch, is anything that pops up out in front, kind of like this storm up here between Albany and Farming. Watch it right there, that little cell. Trying to get the going. I'm going to shorten this loop up. I had it longer so I could watch a general track, but unfortunately it's just a little too long for good use for this. Oh, what an afternoon. It was pretty high confidence we were going to have a severe weather day, but we weren't quite sure how severe it was going to be, and now that it's here, we know exactly what we're up against. So it'll be interesting to see how this all shakes out. Let me break out my chat window here so I can actually keep an eye on that while I do this. There we go. Minimize that window out. Perfect. So if you're watching on YouTube, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in chat. I will answer them as best I can. Right now, we have everything still outside of the St. Cloud immediate core metro area and outside of the Twin Cities metro. Questions are something I can definitely handle much easier. Once we start getting into storms moving into St. Cloud and into the Twin Cities metro, I'll be focused laser sharp on those. Of course, obviously, if we get any tornado warnings, that will definitely be a focus. Kind of watching these cells back here. Unfortunately, it's kind of a radar hole back here, because you're pretty far from Aberdeen, you're pretty far from Sioux Falls, from Chanhassen, and way out from Grand Forks. That radar is all the way up here. Fargo, Grand Forks, the radar is in the middle, which gives us a big hole out here. But I'm looking at some of these storms are developing little tails. That's oftentimes a sign that might be some rotation trying to get started in those. Now, the area up here by Fairfield is what I'm looking at. And there's Fairfield. So there's that little finger there. Yeah. There's a little bit of an inflow notch there. Nothing major. A little bit of inflow. A little bit of a twist here. Just to the east of Glenwood. Again, nothing that says, oh my gosh, let's take a look at this up close. But definitely something to keep an eye on. Here's that little finger here by Fairfield rather. I'm looking at the Minneapolis radar now, not Aberdeen. Big wide rotation. I mean, that's a big storm, but it's just a wide rotation. That's several miles wide at that point. And that is not a tornado, that is just a spinning thunderstorm. The other thing we have to watch out for is out here towards Norway Lake, out here pretty much from Pennock up towards Norway Lake, all the way up to Bruton. On the front edge of this line, we have to watch out for any spin-ups out in front. I'm very curious about this little, because I'm just looking at the velocity. I haven't looked at the surface data yet. That would be in about the right spot. So this little area right here on Pennock is what I'm going to keep an eyeball on. I'm going to look at it this way. Yeah, definitely. Could be something trying to form up here. I'm not terribly excited about it. But anywhere where these little notches are, like here south of Bruton, there's one up here along Minnesota 9, to the east of Sundberg right here. There we go. Then you got the one over here by Norway Lake. Any of these could rotate up. This, on the other hand, this little pocket right here is what I'm watching most intensely. But again, nothing just jumps out and screams imminent tornado. Just more areas to keep eyes on at this point. And just looking at this real quick. I may bring the weather radio back up yet, just to give me a little fill in here while I stop, pause, and look. I've been kind of keeping an eye on this all afternoon. Thought we were going to have to go live by 2 o'clock, and that activity fizzled out. And next thing you know, an hour later, we're starting to see a little bit of development back out here in northeastern South Dakota, and it wasn't half an hour later, all of a sudden there were tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings flying for that activity. And I was like, okay, we're going to get real busy real fast. And this watch flew. I mean, they issued the discussion for this watch down here in the Twin Cities area that runs from North Branch up towards Little Falls and then back out towards Sisterton and south. That discussion, we have a new special weather statement for this area. Let's see if I can grab it. There it is. My guess is it's going to be, oh, okay. Strong thunderstorm 6 miles southwest of Hancock or 12 miles south of Morris, moving east at 40. Wind gust to 50 to 55 miles an hour and penny-sized hail. That is just barely under severe limits. Severe thunderstorm will be a wind greater than 60 miles an hour or 1-inch hail, so just barely under that. So that's this storm right here, out here by Hancock and north of Fairfield. This is that same cell I was looking at, so I would not be surprised if we do see a severe thunderstorm warning on this. I would not be surprised. So far, so good. We don't have any tornado warnings on the board. I'd like to keep it that way for the rest of the day. Our primary threats with this storm system, our primary threats are high winds up to 70 miles an hour. I would not be surprised if we saw a 75 here or there. Very rare, but it could happen. Hail up to 2 inches, and the Storm Prediction Center says 1 to 2 tornadoes possible. I'm thinking it's going to be probably more 1, maybe 2. It's not a terribly conducive environment for tornadoes. It really is not. So, not too worried about the tornado threat at this time. I am going to fall off camera here for just 1 second. A couple of technical things to take care of here on the back end. I am going to bring the audio back up for KEC 65, or no, WNG 676 Clearwater, sorry. I had the wrong station in mind. Let me grab that audio and unmute it. There we go.
And Lake State Park, Sibley State Park, Swift Falls, and Georgeville. Anyone outdoors should move to shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. This storm is capable of producing widespread damaging winds and large hail. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Seek shelter immediately in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Chippewa, Candy, Ojai, Pope, Stearns, and Swift. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. For central Minnesota, an extreme heat warning remains in effect until 9 p.m. for the following
There we go.
counties
That's better.
in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Hennepin, Isanti,
Okay.
McLeod, Meeker.
It's getting to be a mess out here with
A
special
severe
weather statements, severe thunderstorm
warning
warnings.
has been issued until 6 p.m. for the following counties:
Okay, I'm going to
Minnesota.
switch back to the Aberdeen radar real quick. Okay, so this area, the storm north of Watertown, I will not be surprised if it gets a severe thunderstorm warning on it here pretty quick. That's going to move off primarily to the north of Watertown. It's going to go over Waverly, and that will head into the general area of Madison, probably closer to Montevideo. They've already seen their some storms today.
This is Weather Radio Station WNG.
We do have our severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Traverse and Big Stone counties down towards Clinton and Graceville. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just flew. And that is now a considerable warning. Then that is for Stearns, Candy, Ojai. I'll let Paul read it.
Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Candy, Ojai County, Meeker County, northeastern Renville County, south central Stearns County, until 6:30 p.m. At 5:45 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Wilmer, moving southeast at 50 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Severe weather has been confirmed by law enforcement reported. Grain bins were damaged near Sunburg at 5:35 p.m. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Wilmer, Litchfield, Paynesville, New London, Spicer, Atwater, Watkins, Grove City, Cosmos, Green Lake, Forest City, Manana, Candy, Ojai, Darwin, Lake Lillian, Thorpe, Svee, Stroud, Lake Coronis Regional Park, and Haywick. Anyone outdoors should move to shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. This storm has produced widespread damaging winds and is capable of producing large hail. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Seek shelter immediately in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 6:30 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Candy, Ohio, Meeker, Renville, and Stearns.
All right, and that is Perfect Paul's perfect reading of that severe thunderstorm warning. I was going to point out that there is a tornado possible tag on this storm, on this warning, so that is something we're going to have to keep a very sharp eye on.
New information. This severe
and that is an update on the warning back here. Trimmed it down. 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail tornado possible. That is still back over Candy, Ohio, Stearns, Pope, and Swift counties. There's still another severe thunderstorm 12 miles north of Wilmer, moving southeast at 45. 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail are your threats with that. I believe that's going to be the same storm near Wilmer. No, so these are two separate cells. So we have one cell up here, so it might be actually this one up here by Sunberg, about to get hit again, and then we have this bigger cell out here. And I would be neglect to mention that we do have a flash flood warning still in effect for another 15 minutes. That is for northwestern Pope and Stevens counties. And there was confirmed by law enforcement flooding in Chicago due to the thunderstorms and heavy rain. Excuse me. A bit of a hiccup going on. It's not the time to do that. You don't want to get the hiccups on live broadcasting. It just kind of doesn't work out that well. All right, so right now we're just kind of watching this all start to track to the southeast. I'm not entirely sold that this is going to move sharply to the southeast, as they keep bringing this farther and farther south and east. I'm not entirely sold on this, because what I'm gonna do here is this is where I'm gonna do my naughty thing and kind of try to outthink the weather service here. So these storms are cooking along. At least the last time I looked was 45. If worse comes to worse, we'll just be fast. Southeast of 50. Okay, even faster. But based on 45, and you can see here, Nalvin in 101 minutes, that's not the most helpful time frame. About an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes to Maple Grove. Champlin, 110 minutes, so almost 2 hours. But 2 hours is not a lot. I mean, there's a lot of storm to the north of this warning, too, up here by Belgrade. If this builds up a little bit farther north, the north side of the Twin Cities is going to get it as well as the south. So we also have this area back here, and we still have flash flood warning out by Morris and Hancock, but we have severe thunderstorm warnings back here in Traverse and Big Stone. We have this big cell blowing up north of Watertown, which is doing quite the number. If you watch that, just boom, and that storm just explodes. So, and you can also see this storm here, I mean, watch how this storm develops. I'm going to watch right here. Oops. Let's get rid of that. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at where we are here. Watch right along US 12 here. So that storm blows up and it pulls a little bit farther north, which as I watch this, the storm looks to be moving more east. Not saying it's not moving a little bit to the southeast, but it doesn't look like it's got quite the southeasterly turn that it did earlier, because these storms were distinctly curving. You could see a distinct curve, kind of not as sharp as the Minnesota River southeast, but they were not moving due east. They were just a little bit south, and that's why I was kind of looking at the North Metro. And then they really kind of started moving more strongly to the southeast, and I was like, okay, so the South Metro is going to get it. But now this whole little line right here, this is turning into quite the storm complex. And the thing that's most amazing to me is this big complex has worked over the atmosphere. And what's right behind it? Another big complex with a hail core. What's right behind it? Another complex with a hail core. What's behind it? Another complex with a hail core. This is the kind of environment where several things could happen, but the two that are coming to my mind in the pattern that I've seen before would be, one, we get what's known as a derecho, which I don't think is going to be quite the possibility here. It could happen, but I don't see it. And what that is you get a very organized line of severe thunderstorms that start producing 75-mile-an-hour plus winds, and they'll do it across hundreds of miles. So you could get a storm that blows out here between Webster and Aberdeen, runs right along Highway 12 and goes all the way to Lake Michigan. And through that entire distance, it's producing 70 to 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's a derecho. I don't see that happening here. It's just not quite the right environment for it. However, what I do see is the same areas are getting storms over and over again, and what we call that is training. So it's like watching a railroad track, and you just watch the box cars go by, and another one, and that's kind of what's happening here. You're seeing a lot of the same areas up here from Morris over towards Glenwood, up towards Sauk Center. These areas, a little bit south of Sauk Center, really, but right there, right along the county line, and a little bit north, that area has been getting just absolutely drenched. And I'm just watching this. This is where I'm doing my real-time nowcasting and thinking out loud as I go. So if it doesn't quite make sense, I'll try to summarize what my thought process is when I work it all out. So trying to figure out if that cell that runs between Belgrade and Wilmer, right there, right along 71, US 71, it looks like it's shrinking a little bit, but not necessarily in the it's getting weaker shrinking. It's just not as large as it was. It's more condensing down into a stronger core. But that stronger core seems to be up over Belgrade, not up, down towards Wilmer. So, I mean, we have that area down towards New London Spicer that's definitely producing severe weather. I don't doubt that at all. But it almost looks like there's another, almost like it's splitting.
A new radar indicated tornado.
Okay,
warning
Cottington,
has
South
been issued.
Dakota. That's way out there. Don't care. Well outside of the Black Sheep area. That's way down here by Watertown. Hey! What do you know? Definitely, yeah, that storm looks nasty. That's all we're looking at right now is severe thunderstorms. I'm going to peek at this. Oh yeah, right there. There's your tornadic circulation as indicated by radar. So if you're looking out, if you're watching us from far eastern South Dakota, looking at the area out here towards Lake Compesca, Watertown, in the path of this, that's going to run just along and north of Highway 212. It eventually will cross 212. That'll probably cross right about where 29 and 212 cross out there in South Dakota. And taking a look, they're clearing some of the warnings out back here towards Morris and Benson and Hancock, which is good. It was getting a little confusing with the layer of warnings that they had out there. So right now we have our severe thunderstorm warning out here towards Graceville, and that is in Traverse and Big Stone County. Let's go back to regular reflectivity. There we go. And that is for this hail core to the southeast of Graceville, to the southwest of Johnson. That's moving to the east, northeast along Minnesota 28. That's going to go up through Chicago, Alberta, towards Morris. We have our special weather statement for this strong thunderstorm that is moving along. It's about to cross over Minnesota 29 north of Benson, so between Benson and Starbuck. Then you can see some large hail through there and probably some absolutely blinding torrential rain. And then we have our cell out here. And now I'm looking at this from the wrong radar. I just realized I'm looking at this from Aberdeen. That's why it's skewing. There we go. That's the view from Chanhassen. What the heck? Watch down here by Wilmer. Boom. I think a Dutter cell just blew up right over Wilmer. So that pocket up here by Belgrade looked like it was going to become dominant, and it didn't. It got choked off, I think. So another cell just developed out here in front of this too, out here just to the east of Spicer, and gets pulled into the line. That's what we're going to have to watch for. Is we'll have to watch for these little cells out in front. You notice we got some little showers and trying to get developed here along I-94, along the Mississippi River rather. So from Monticello back up towards Clearwater, St. Joseph, all the way back up towards Royalton along 10. That's something to watch out for, but our key watch right now is going to be this
New
cluster
information.
here.
This severe thunderstorm.
And
warning
Aberdeen
has
just
been
updated that severe thunderstorm warning in Traverse and Big Stone counties. And that is severe thunderstorm over Johnson or near Graceville, moving northeast at 35. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust being the primary threats. Johnson and the Trinity Lutheran Country Church being the things in the path of that storm. So yeah, here's that cell over Johnson. And I'm be very interested to see if the Weather Service decides to go ahead and put up a precautionary severe thunderstorm warning into more of Stearns County. So up here towards Farming, up towards Albany, Cold Spring, Avon. This area right in here might even be farther south. I could be... Yeah, I'm going to watch this for a little bit because it's... There's a lot going on in this. There's a lot going on in this. One thing that the Weather Service has access to that I don't and the general community does not would be there is a severe thunderstorm, I just saw the flash flood warning fly.
A new flash
That's
flood
for Stevens
warning has
County.
been
Again, it's
issued.
going to be that area around Morris. They're extending that for another 2 hours. Till 8 p.m., between 2 and 4.5 inches of rain and up to 2 inches more possible for Stevens County. That's going to be Morris, Hancock, Chicago, Donnelly, Lake Hattie, Fish Lake, Alberta, and Morris Airport. And we now have a tornado warning in Meeker and Candiac counties.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has
And
been
that is for
issued.
that area right up here by Spicer and New London. It's radar indicated.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
I'll let Perfect Paul read this.
The National Weather Service in the Twin Cities has issued a tornado warning for East Central Candiac County, Northern Meeker County, until 6:30 p.m. At 5:58 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles north of Atwater, or 14 miles northeast of Wilmer, moving southeast at 45 miles per hour. Expected hazards include tornado and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Litchfield, New London, Atwater, Grove City, Forest City, Litchfield Airport, and Haywick. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built building away from windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 6:30 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota, Candiac, and Meeker. The following is a summary
All right,
of
thank you, Perfect Paul. Maybe that's not Perfect Paul. It's actually a different voice, but same idea. Okay, so we're looking at this area right in here. So this is one of those front of the line QLCS spin-ups, but it's enough. It's all it takes. So we're looking at this area right here. And we're moving southeast at 45. So these storms are not, they're not wasting time. They're really starting to pick them up. Excuse me. So we're going to go southeast at 45. Whoops, not 454. Be nice. Get out of here real quick. So what we're looking at here would be the areas around Crow River in about 4 minutes, Monona in about 11, Litchfield and Forest City in about 20 minutes, Darwin in a half an hour, so Darwin about 6:31, Dassel about 34 minutes from now, so about 6:35. That's going to probably go just to the north of Litchfield, but Litchfield, you get about 20 minutes warning. If you're in this polygon, if you're in the red warned area, and I've mentioned your town, be seeking shelter. Treat this as if it's a tornado on the ground. These types of storms can spin up a tornado and put it on the ground with very, very little warning. So even though I'm watching this and I can kind of see some things that make me a little suspicious, these things can spin up so fast that you don't even know what's going to happen. And you notice that same circulation area we were just looking at, where'd it go? It's not there anymore. Having said that, we're gonna pretend it's still there. We're not gonna pretend. We're gonna act like it's still there because it very well could be. With front of the line spin ups, it can sometimes be very hard to keep track of where they are because they spin up so fast and dissolve so fast, but they can do it over and over again. So it's that same area. It's right up here. It's going to be just to the west of Manana. So that's going to be right along County Road 3. It's Meeker County 3, just west of Minnesota 4. So that's going to be just north of Crow River. That's going to be along County Road 25. Now, as I say that, the radar is always a couple of minutes behind at the very least. So if I'm saying, yeah, it's over Crow River, you want to be thinking, hey, Crow River is only a couple of miles from me to the northwest. You need to be getting into your shelter now. So the areas of most concern right now that I see would be the areas around Manana, down to Forest City, towards Kingston. Litchfield, I think you're going to be just to the south of it. Same with Grove City. Darwin, Darwin will be a tough call. Dassel, same thing. Cokato, boy, we're getting towards Wright County now. Now we're starting to tee up the metro if that continues onward. I don't see that tornado warning getting carried too far forward, but let's just, if we did, that would be the cone we're looking at. So yeah, we wouldn't see Buffalo. Well, Buffalo would be way out of that. But I mean, Delano in an hour, Greenfield in an hour and 10 minutes, Mound at 75 minutes, Excelsior at 80. The chances of that storm holding together to that degree, that long, to get into the metro as a tornadic storm, possible, but not completely likely. What I was going to say, though, before I saw that tornado warning fly is the Weather Service does have access to a radar that I don't. There are some private radars that have gone up from a company called Climavision, and one of them is in Glenwood. And so it's on the water tower there, and it is a nice fill-in for this hole between Aberdeen, Minneapolis, Fargo, and Sioux Falls. It covers this area right in here very, very well. And so that's why you're starting to see a lot more detailed and a lot more specific warnings out this way, is because they can actually see what's going on out there now. I'm looking at this area around Paynesville. I'm wondering what is happening with that storm, because that's a mess. I want to look at this a different way. Okay. And that's the severe thunderstorm warning. I'm listening to the city's getting rattled off. You might be able to hear it in the background. Maybe not. Yeah, it's there, but I'm talking over it. I'm looking at this area up here, just north of Paynesville. That has got my attention, rather strongly so. Yeah, that's definitely starting to look very interesting. I mean, that's not even... Stearns County, if you are in the area between Paynesville and Roscoe, and that's going to move down, what is that, 20? No, there's nothing down through there, really. It's going to follow the chain of lakes down along 22, Minnesota 22 there, south of Richmond. But if you're in that area between Roscoe and Paynesville, down towards Rice Lake, going over towards St. Nicholas, just to the north of Watkins and Eden Valley towards Kimball, keep an eye on this storm. This storm out here just north of Paynesville is starting to get very interesting very quickly. What I'm looking at here, down here by Manana and Grove City along 4, is what I'm saying is much more of what looks like a rear inflow jet setting up, and some very, very, very strong winds could be reaching the surface here in the area heading towards Forest City and Litchfield. But I'm really wondering what's happening up here north of Paynesville. This is where I wish I had a radio on the Stearns County Skywarn. See what they might be reporting at this point, because that's just barely into Stearns County. Yeah, right there. Storm relative says nothing. Oh, okay. Let's try that with the right radar. There we go. That makes more sense. Okay. High res. By Paynesville. Yeah, right there. I would be very suspicious of this area right here. It's not a strong signature, but it's enough. And given this environment, that one, this area around Lake Coronis as well. So that, if it holds together, would move down towards Eden Valley, Watkins.
A new radar indicated tornado.
Hey! What do you know? And that is a new tornado warning. Repeating, a tornado warning for northeastern Meeker, southeastern Stearns counties until 6:45. 6:07, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Paynesville. Moving east at 45. Cold Spring, Rockville, Paynesville, Richmond, Watkins, Kimball, Manana, Roscoe, St. Nicholas, Lake Coronis Regional Park, and Paynesville Airport all in the path of this storm. Again, that is a radar-indicated tornado warning, and that is for the extreme northern part of Meeker County and a substantial part of southern and south central Stearns County. And then we also do still have our tornado warning that's in effect for the areas coming out of east central Kandiyohi County down into southeastern or southwestern, west central and central Meeker counties. There we go. And that is for the area just north of Manana. That's going to kind of also a little bit of area just to the northwest of Forest City. There's some spin up on the front edge of this that was looking much more promising in terms of tornado production earlier. Now it's this area north of Paynesville that's definitely looking more like it. But Forest City, Litchfield, Darwin, Kingston, Manana, Grove City, you're a little south of it, but I would still take shelter because these storms, that cluster is starting to look like it could produce a tornado with little or no notice. Yuck. So what I'm looking at is the correlation coefficient or the debris detector.
New information.
And
this
so,
severe considerable destructive
not seeing
thunderstorm warning
much of
has
anything
been
there, but you can see a lot of spiking behind it. So like here, like Lake Henry, this area. A lot of what that is it's seeing hail, and so the hail's reflecting the signal back, and so the hail is making it so it can't see what's going on. However, let's look at, that is CC drop. Okay, is it real? No, it's in the wrong spot. So we're seeing some sign of CC drop, correlation coefficient drop, or debris detection to the, a little bit to the south-southeast of Manana, but realistically, if there's anything right now,
new information.
we would be looking at a
tornadic
tornadic circulation north of Grove City along Highway 4. That's going to move right down to where 12 and 22 cross north of Litchfield there. That's going to follow 12 pretty much right along from Litchfield to Darwin to Dassel. And we have our tornadic circulation just to the north of Paynesville. That's going to move just south of 23. It's going to cross 23 between Roscoe and Paynesville. And that's going to move more south of 23. It's going to move down to thread between Luxembourg and Kimball, closer to Kimball. So we're going to be looking at that and watching that over the next little time frame here. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just got issued for Stevens County, Minnesota. That is back out here towards Morris. That is for that cell that's been moving in from Graceville back here in Traverse and Big Stone counties. And just going to jump out here real quick to Watertown, as that is a PDS observed tornado now over Long Lake, South Dakota, or near Goose Lake, South Dakota, moving southeast at 10. Watertown and Lake Kapeska in the path of this storm. This is a large damaging tornado on the ground. So if you know anybody out towards Watertown or anybody out here along 29, it's traveling along 212, let them know that they need to be taking shelter immediately. Stop someplace and get inside as fast as you can. Taking a look at the velocity data on this. It's one of those,
New information. This
Not
tornado
in the best
warning
place.
has been updated.
Do a quick update here. Wilmer, Candiota County just got dropped from that tornado warning. It's now just Meeker County, and that is still radar indicated. And that is near Grove City. You're 21 miles east of Wilmer, moving southeast at 45. Litchfield, Atwater, Grove City, Forest City, and Litchfield Airport in the path of this one. So this is the wrong radar for this. Let me switch back to Minneapolis. There we go. So what we're looking at is this area
A new severe
right in
thunderstorm
here.
warning has been
This
issued.
little pocket north of Grove City, right along 4. So right north of Grove City on 12 and 4. So just going north on 4. South of County Road 16. That's going to keep moving. And that's going to, like I said, that's going to move southeast. That's going to move right towards Litchfield here. And then from Litchfield, it's going to follow along 12 towards Darwin and Dassel. So Washington Lake, if you know somebody who's out on the lake having a great weekend, tell them to get off the lake. They need to be seeking shelter. Same anywhere of these lakes out here towards Dassel. Lake Jenny, probably wouldn't be planning, I mean, any of the lakes out here, you wouldn't be planning to get off the water because these storms are coming in. But if you're out here in any of these areas in Stearns or Meeker County, the storms in business and they are capable of producing tornadoes at the moment's notice. Excuse me. Ugh. And we still have thunderstorm warnings out here. I'm going to switch back to standard radar. I'm going to put this in motion just for a minute here. Notice how these storms are moving, or aren't moving as the case may be. The same area from Wilmot and Corona, South Dakota, across to Foster, into Traverse and Big Stone counties, up through Graceville, Johnson, Chicago, Alberta, Morris, Cyrus, up to Starbuck, down to Hancock. This area just keeps getting hit over and over and over again. And these storms are severe. They're producing torrential rains. We're going to see a lot of flash flooding, I think, out here. I think we're going to start seeing this transition to not just being a severe thunderstorm threat, but also a pretty severe flash flooding threat. Still have a special weather statement for Swift, Pope, and Stevens counties out here towards Benson, Hancock, just south of Starbuck, just a little bit west of Sunburg and Kirkhoven. That is for strong storms that are not severe at this time, but almost there. And then we have our 2 tornado warnings coming into the St. Cloud area pretty close. We have our storm that's just north of Paynesville. That's the one that's going to be moving very parallel, really, paralleling 23 as I watch it now. And that's going to be that pocket of rotation. It's right in here. And then looking out here, still have this pocket right here. It's a little confusing. We have another little possible something maybe just west of Forest City. Another one just south of Eden Valley on 22. And these little pockets just, I could point it out. In the next scan, it's gone. Or it's there somewhere else, like just northwest of Forest City. This is where sometimes you can get a little trigger happy with your warnings, and it's you want to see something happen for more than one scan. You want to see it for showing pattern there of being there for 2 scans, 3 scans. Then you can start really looking at issuing a warning of some sort. Oh, heavens to Betsy. All right. So at this point, we have quick time for a rundown. We have 3 tornado warnings, 2 in our area. 1 is in southern Stearns County and extreme northern Meeker County. That is the area around Cold Spring, Richmond, back towards Paynesville, Eden Valley, Watkins, and Kimball. That is for a tornadic circulation that was just a little north of Paynesville. That's moving east at 45. So that's going to move pretty much right through here. So it's going to parallel 23 south of Roscoe, Richmond, Cold Spring, and Rockville, and north of Eden Valley, Watkins, and Kimball. So rural south central Stearns County. That will move into southeastern Stearns County to eventually move in towards Clearwater, Clear Lake, and then start to threaten into Sherburne County. The other one that we're looking at is a tornado warning for circulation down between Grove City and Litchfield along US 12. This area right in here, this weakness has been steadily there for quite a while now. We've got another one more northeast, kind of between Manana and Grove City. I had a couple of areas of rotation, possible rotation here that have to be watched out for. And looking at the area around Litchfield, you are in the path of this. So Litchfield, you need to be seeking shelter now. That storm is maybe 5 minutes away from you. If you're down towards the airport in Litchfield, down towards the Evergreen Mobile Home Park, you need to be seeking shelter in a sturdy building now. Like you've got a few minutes, do it. Even if it's getting out of it and getting into a storm shelter or going to a neighbor's, that's what you need to be doing. You need to be taking shelter from this immediately. Look back here, Stevens County, still got that severe thunderstorm warning. No tornado possible tag on it, but some curious circulation out here by Chicago. I'm going to zoom out a little bit.
New information. This severe
Meeker and
considerable
Stearns,
destructive
we have a
thunderstorm warning has been
severe
updated.
thunderstorm warning that is a considerable, so I'm going to see what they're doing with that. Okay, that is this complex. Remains in effect until 6:30. 8 miles south of Litchfield, or 13 miles northwest of Hutchinson, moving southeast at 50. 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Still basing that off of the damage in Sunburg at 535.
New information. This tornado
And we have
warning
another
has
radar
been
update
updated.
on the Meeker County tornado warning. And that was at 6:11. So that's a few minutes ago. What the? I'm going to wait for this to update here. There it is. I said to wait for it to come through. All right. Severe thunderstorm Keeble located over Litchfield, 20 miles north of Hutchinson, moving southeast at 45. So Litchfield, Forest City, and the Litchfield Airport. So that's this area right here. So you can see where my mouse is. Hopefully you can see it. There it is. Right here. Huh. My mouse gets bigger and then you guys can't see it. Interesting. We've got two areas of rotation. One just over Litchfield and there's one farther back to the northeast of Grove City, about 2-3 miles. Another area, a couple of areas of rotation,
New information.
or suspicious
This tornado
radar
warning
signature, I
has
shall
been
put it
updated.
that way. One just to the southeast of Eden Valley. We've got one just to the northwest of Paynesville. Excuse me. And so right now, in terms of the Metro St. Cloud corridor along 94, we do have ourselves two tornado warnings, one for south central and south central, going into southeastern Stearns County, Kimball, Watkins, Eden Valley, Richmond, Cold Spring, Rockville.
A new
That
considerable
area, you are in a
destructive
tornado
thunderstorm
warning, and that is
has
for
been issued.
circulation that has been transient but repeating in the areas around Paynesville, moving to the east and southeast. And then we have a couple of areas of strong rotation, one just northwest of Litchfield and one just northwest of it. And both of those are getting stronger. So areas around Litchfield along Highway 12. And if you're in the area where 22 and 12 overlap, around Litchfield, or you're farther south or farther east along 12 back down towards Darwin or Dassel, if you're up towards Forest City and Kingston, you need to be taking shelter now. These storms are starting to strengthen. The rotations are starting to strengthen, so we could see a tornado at any time on the ground. Still have our severe thunderstorm warning back here in Stevens County. Still have a weak area of rotation just south of 28 between Chicago and Alberta, just southwest of Morris. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Traverse and Big Stone County, for Clinton and Graceville, Johnson, and areas back towards Foster. And then we have our tornado warning just approaching Watertown. I'm going to see if that's still observed. Yes, it is, unfortunately. 6:10 was the last update, so 10 minutes ago. Watertown about 6:15. I don't see it there, but then again, we're looking for Minneapolis, which is a long ways away. Oh, there we go. Ooh. That's hard to see. It really is. Storm roll. Oh, high res. There we go. So that would be this area right in here. Boy. Got an area of rotation down here towards Compesca. You get another one up here along South Dakota 20, northwest of North Shore, off of Lake Compesca. And then you've got another circulation, looks like just to the west of Watertown. So tornado warning has been allowed to expire for that. There is a substantial severe thunderstorm warning on this. And that is for 2-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and tornado possible tag on that warning out here towards Watertown. But for now, we're going to focus on our friendly storms out here in Stearns and Meeker counties, because those are coming in towards the metro some. And we're going to look at this again. Now, looking at this, trying to see what their thinking is. So as of 2 minutes ago, tornado warning remains in effect for northeastern Meeker, southeastern Stearns. 5 miles south of Richmond, moving east at 45. So again, Cold Spring, Rockville, Richmond, Watkins, Kimball, Manana, Roscoe, and St. Nicholas in the path of this. So that's going to be this area right in here, right along and south of 23, kind of threading the needle there. And then we've had 2 or 3 areas of rotation spin up here. One over Litchfield, one just south of Forest City, between Litchfield and Forest City. And you can even argue there's another one here between Forest City and Watkins, out here just west of Meeker County 34. So we have a lot going on out here. Hopefully, these storms will weaken enough to where the tornadic threat disappears some, but if you're watching from the Twin Cities, oh, is it going to be a busy evening? Because these storms have generally tended to turn towards the southeast, and it's not a strong southeasterly turn, but it is a distinct turn to the southeast. The storms up here in southeastern Stearns County have not made that turn yet. If they do,
a new severe thunderstorm warning
they will
has been
start to
issued.
turn towards and follow in Highway 55. And we just got an updated severe thunderstorm warning here, and that's going to be for this area. That's going to include into Wright County. There it is. Wright County, clipping into Carver County, Sibley County. I think that's Sibley. And back into Meeker County. Yeah, I need my map real quick, and I don't have it handy.
For northeastern McLeod County, northeastern Meeker County, Wright County, northwestern Carver County, until 7 p.m. At 6:23 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles north of Dassel, or 21 miles north of Hutchinson, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted
This
include
tornado warning has
Buffalo,
been updated.
St. Michael, Otsego, Annandale, Montrose, Cokato, Winstead, Maple Lake, Howard, Lake, Luster Prairie, Dassel, Waverly, French Lake, Hollywood, New Germany, Darwin, South Haven, Smith Lake, Rasset, and Buffalo Airport. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows.
All right, so taking a look at what else we have going on, we just got an update on the Stearns County, Meeker County warning. They are looking at a rotation just about to cross over Watkins, moving towards Kimball. And so most of Stearns County, you're in the clear on this one. It's just going to be that southern little step down between Wright and Meeker counties, where Kimball is, then towards South Haven. We might see that warning get extended somewhat into northern Wright County, farther into southeastern Stearns County. I'd be surprised if we did, but I'm not going to say we won't. We have a tornado possible tag on this new severe thunderstorm warning. It's only 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds so far. And that is for Carver, Meeker, Wright, and McLeod County. I don't know why I was thinking McLeod County is Sibley County. Sibley County is down here. So, at the very least, I fully expect we will see a new severe thunderstorm warning get issued farther to the north here, and that's going to cover Silver Creek, Monticello, Clearwater, Clear Lake, maybe over towards Elk River and Zimmerman if they bring it that far over. Otherwise, you notice there's not a lot going on. It's just this little area, this little arc from Watertown up north of Ortonville towards Morris, back down through Paynesville, and back down towards Litchfield. This little arc right here, but it doesn't really move. If you look at Traverse, Big Stone, and Stevens counties, these storms have just, they're forming and moving over the same places over and over again. Okay. I'm going to take a peek farther north. We have nothing farther north. Okay. Way north of the border, and I mean way north of the border, north of International Falls up towards Dryden, Ontario, we have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings with this activity. That's moved through Dryden, moving towards Ignis. We'll continue moving towards the northern part of Lake Superior, north of Thunder Bay, Terrace Bay, and Nipigon, but nothing we need to be concerned about down here. What we're looking at is our multiple warnings here approaching the metro, into the metro really now, because Carver and Wright counties are under thunderstorm warning, along with the corner here of McLeod County, and then most of Meeker County is either under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. So a lot going on. Okay, so let's go back and look at our radar locally. There we go. So one thing that I'm noticing is, I'm going to look at a different radar here. Bear with me for just a split second if I can get that far out. No, I can't. Darn. Maybe? No. Okay, so this is the Doppler radar that the FAA uses to look at the local small details over the airport for arrivals and takeoffs. So sometimes it can show details that you don't see on the Doppler radar from the Weather Service. But from Dassel down here, northwest of Hutchinson, down towards Hector, you can see that little line there. And that is an outflow structure. So these storms are starting to outflow, but you notice they're also starting to develop farther south. So down here towards Lake Lillian and Cosmos, we're starting to get some more development, which is not surprising given the environment. But they're talking about storm motion really going south and east, or southeast, and really they're not. They really are moving more, just a little bit, maybe a few degrees south of due east. So as I watch this, you can see this area start to bow out, starts to bulge. I want to see where this is going. It's here south. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so let's move it at 50. Buffalo in 45 minutes. Otsego in an hour. Rogers in an hour. Okay. So the reason I'm looking at this, hey, we lost our tornado warning for Meeker County. Hooray! So the only warning that's left, the only tornado warning that's left is the southeastern Stearns County, extreme northeastern Meeker County warning. Then we have our large severe thunderstorm warning that takes in most of Meeker County, northeastern McLeod County, northwestern Carver, and east central Meeker County. And what I'm looking at is this bowing section between Litchfield and Paynesville. You can see where it starts to look, it goes from being a line and starts looking more like a backwards C. And what I'm wondering, and I'm going to look at, see what I can see in the winds here. Yeah. So this area right in here, see how strong those winds are. That's the wrong product again. And that's that right there. This whole area is producing little questionable areas, but so bear with me here. I'm going to look a little farther up in the storm here because I want to see, actually, bear with me here. I'm going to do something. Why did you do that? There we go. Okay. Okay, it's not going to let me do what I want to do. Darn. So I'm going to tilt up a little bit here. Wrong product. There we go. 2. till 2. Can I go higher? No. Foo. Okay.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Oop. So yeah, there's that trim down of that severe thunderstorm warning in southeastern Stearns County, covering pretty much Kimball and that little dimple between Meeker and Wright counties. It's right there. I mean, it's barely across the county line from Meeker County. I understand why they did what they did. So Kimball, South Haven, towards Clearwater Lake, towards Silver Creek, Annandale, and way downstream, Monticello, Big Lake, down towards Pelican Lake and Albertville. You'll be in the path of this. I can see them issuing a new tornado warning on this as a precautionary warning. What I'm more wondering, though, is you can see how this just all of a sudden just extends out and just punches out. And what I'm really wondering is if what we're seeing is we're starting to see an inflow jet behind this. And if that's the case, we might be seeing the beginnings of a swath of very intense winds coming out of this storm. And I kind of chuckle, but I'm kind of disgusted at the same time because this area between Clinton, Graceville, and Johnson up here in Traverse and Big Stone counties has just been getting absolutely pummeled. And it's just the same area as Morris, the same thing. I'm curious, Morris is down to 70. Visibility 0. Quarter mile visibility and rain and fog. And they have not reported a precipitation. So I was waiting to see how much rain they had gotten. You might be able to pull it up from a different source. And it looks like we're getting some regional updates here real quick.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Did someone say something about Traverse and Big Stone counties? What? Ay, ay, ay. 612, so they have not updated that one yet. They're about to, though. We do still have our severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Stevens County as well, until 7 o'clock. I'm just waiting for them for the update to post on this one. There we go, 634. Near Clinton, moving east at 25, 60-mile-an-hour winds, half-dollar-sized hail. Trinity Lutheran Country Church in Johnson, still in the path of that storm. Sorry, y'all keep mentioning your names over and over and over again. And so right now, other than Stevens County, everywhere between Stevens County to Paynesville, you're getting thunderstorms. You're getting some rain, probably some hail mixed in, but nothing severe. The severe warnings are limited to Traverse and Big Stone County, Stevens County, and then coming into the metro here, most of Wright County, extreme northwestern Carver County, northeastern McLeod County, and east central Meeker County in a severe thunderstorm warning. That is for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind, and tornado possible. We have remains of a tornado warning up around Kimball, southeastern Stearns County, and that will expire at 6:45. And that storm is moving east at 45. Quarter-sized hail and tornado being the primary threats with this cell. So that'd be this area right in here, just coming into South Haven, really. So I'm looking, as I watch this, I'm looking back here towards Greenleaf, Cosmos, Lake Lillian, and these storms starting to blow up too. There's a specific thing I wanted to look at here real quick. Here it is. Okay, so... Oh, that's not good. So I was looking at the latest Weather Prediction Center forecast talking about flash flooding potential. And unfortunately, it is a large area that is actually in this. So they're saying it could produce a few areas of flash flooding this evening, but this area runs... Oh, let me zoom out so I can kind of give you a visual of the area. So from Wahpeton back down to Aberdeen to Huron to Sioux Falls, all the way back over here to Albert Lee, Austin, to Winona, covering just the chin and mouth of the Indian Head of western Wisconsin. So back up towards Osseo, North Branch, and then back up Little Falls, Long Prairie, Elbow Lake. This whole area is being outlooked for flash flooding likely. Which is interesting because they say a few areas of flash flooding, but then they say flash flooding likely. So I'm just a little which way they're going
New
with that.
information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So we have an updated. They've dropped Meeker County out of the warning here, so now it is just Carver, McLeod, and Wright. Still tornado possible tag on this for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. 11 miles west of Buffalo, moving east at 50. So Buffalo, St. Michael, Otsego, Annandale, Montrose, Cokato, Winstead, Maple Lake, Howard Lake, Waverly, French Lake, Hollywood, New Germany, South Haven, Rassat, Smith Lake, and Buffalo Airport, all in the path of this storm still. And for those of you who are following along, if you draw this area here and just draw it farther to the south and east, it's going to come right through most of Hennepin County. It's going to come into Ramsey County, southern Anoka County. It's going to take out most of the northern half of Carver County, probably the northern part of Scott County, and then eventually into Dakota and Ramsey County and South Washington County. Yeah, I was going to say that tornado warning for Stearns County should be dropped. It was. So right now, there are three severe thunderstorm warnings in Minnesota. Not three tornado warnings, three severe thunderstorm warnings. We have our metro area warning for McLeod, Carver, and Wright counties. We have Stevens County still. So Hancock, Morris, Chicaya, Alberta. If you're out here along Minnesota 28 or out here along 59 or even on 9 between Hancock and Donnelly, try to stop traveling. Try to find some place to park that is a little bit higher. Take a break and let these storms blow through, because we're just looking at rain just over and over and over and still continuing. And then we have severe thunderstorm warnings that extend back into Traverse and Big Stone counties. Looks like that's finally starting to clear out some. So right there along 75 between Graceville and Clinton down towards Ortonville, still getting some rain, but it doesn't look like the severe thunderstorms that we were having earlier. Those are finally starting to move out and move into Stevens County. Much to the chagrin of Stevens County, they don't need any more rain. So all but extreme northwestern Stevens County is in a flash flood warning, and that runs until 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm warning runs until 7 o'clock for that same area. So Hancock, Morris, right there along the Highway 29 corridor, from Cyrus to Morris, back out towards Alberta.
New information.
You're all in
this
this.
severe considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And this storm back here over and just north of Watertown, this storm is not moving. East at 25.
Warning, a new
And here's our
special
flood
event
warning
has been
for Traverse
reported.
and Big Stone counties, as if that was a surprise to anyone. Let's wait for that to show up here. All right. And it's not showing me that flood warning for some reason. Curious as to why not. So let me, bear with me here, I'm gonna hydro. Ah, because I had them turned off. That's why. Okay, so let's.
New information. This severe thunderstorm
There we
warning
go.
has been updated.
And there's that flood warning for Traverse and Big Stone. That's going to run for another 6 hours. Yeah. A small stream in urban area flooding. Not a surprise there. Okay, so just doing a quick assessment here of what's going on. So we still have severe thunderstorms, Traverse, Big Stone, and Stevens counties, flash flood warnings in the same general area. So if you're in Graceville, Clinton, up towards Johnson, Trinity Lutheran Country Church, and pretty much most of southern, almost basically just all of Stevens County except for the far northwestern piece, and the southern half of Stevens County, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning and flash flood warning. Flash flood warning from Donnelly south all the way through all of the rest of Stevens County. And then we have one severe thunderstorm warning remaining, and that is the Meeker, Carver, McLeod County warning out here coming into the West Metro. As I look at this, it does look like it's weakening some. Now, will it remain weakened? We don't know. And that's going to be the big watch here over the next 15, 20 minutes to see if this decides to reorganize or what happens. Because you see there's more cells developing down here. Greenleaf to Cosmos to Lake Lily, right out here along Minnesota 7. Highway 7 out here. So those could form up and start doing their own thing. They could choke off what's to the north. Though looking at what's happening out here, you see this development out here more. It really makes me wonder. This is going to go try a bit more east than south, southeast. Because you can kind of tell by the angle of the warning that they're bringing it more, dropping it through. And I don't think that's going to be the case. Not at all. Okay. Okay. Whew. They got really busy really quick, and then all of a sudden it just kind of fizzled. Is there anything? No, one. They issued that big news there, thunderstorm watch for north, central, northeastern Minnesota, including all the Arrowhead and the Boundary Waters.
A new radar indicating
Oh,
tornado
fish
warning
nuggets.
has been issued.
All right, let's do this. We have a tornado warning now into Hennepin County and Wright County.
The National Weather Service in the Twin Cities has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Sherburne County, central Wright County, northwest Hennepin County until 7:15 p.m.
A new radar
At
indicated
6:46
tornado
p.m.,
warning
a
has been
severe
issued.
thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Maple Lake, or 9 miles northwest of Buffalo, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Expected hazards include tornado and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Buffalo, Elk River, St. Michael, Otsego, Monticello, Big Lake, Albertville, Rockford, Annandale, Maple Lake, Hanover, Greenfield, Silver Creek, South Haven, Buffalo Airport, Lake Maria State Park, and Rassat. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built building away from windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Repeating, a tornado warning has been issued until 7:15 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Hennepin, Sherburne, and Wright.
All right. So they're saying that the storm is located over Maple Lake. So to me, it looks like it would be over Annandale. It looks like they may have just slightly off-tagged that. Yeah, this is where
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh, just when you thought it was safe to go in the water. Well, we're going to get more warnings. Okay. Yep, that's that warning. Oh, areas that don't need to see any more severe weather. So we're looking at southwestern Stearns. We are looking at Pope County. We are looking at Kandiyohi County, and looking out here at Swift.
Northern Kandiyohi County, southwestern Stearns County, southern Pope County, northeastern Swift County, until 7:45 p.m. At 6:48 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line from near Lake Hassel to 7 miles southwest of Bruton, or along a line from 19 miles southeast of Morris to 21 miles north of Wilmer, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat.
All right, so I had to say it was getting quiet, didn't I? I had to say there was not a lot of warnings, and all of a sudden, all heck breaks loose again. All right, so here's our storm over Maple Lake, and that is moving a bit south of east. For those of us in northern Hennepin County, that is going to be us here very shortly. So I'm in the right product here. I'm looking at a slightly different view of this. There we go. So here's this area over Maple Lake they're talking about. Yeah. Another little pocket back here, back towards French Lake as well. Okay, so poor Watertown again. What is that? That's way out there. I wouldn't trust that. Now that I'm looking at, well, which radar am I looking at? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, that looks like that might be trying to get something to organize out here towards Revio in South Dakota. If that holds together, that will be moving towards Madison and Marietta in Minnesota and Lackawanna County here pretty quick. Is there anything out there, though? Yeah, there's a cell there. Okay, that's trying to organize. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that as well. So here's that hail core over Maple Lake that, looking at from way out in the Aberdeen radar, which I'm kind of doing that for a reason. I'm looking to see what else is out there. So we have the storm up here just northwest of Buffalo Lake. We have another cell up here just south of Litchfield. Then Paynesville, back out towards Sunberg, Benson, lined up out here. But the reason I'm looking at this is going to show us much farther aloft. I want to see what's going on because sometimes the hail core will give us more details of where things are actually at. So here's that storm south of Litchfield. Here's our other cluster up here by Dassel. And here's our big inflow notch and front edge storm right here. That is just now coming into Maple Lake. Same could be said, there's another little divot in the line west of Buffalo. Unfortunately, we're still a little too far out to get into the fine grained radar from the FAA Doppler in Cottage Grove. I wish we could, because that would be extremely helpful. Excuse me. Oh, I get the hiccups again. All right, so I just realized I don't think I ever said I was live and nowcasting. Whoops. Okay. Throw that out there real quick. There we go. Okay, so dang. So I'm gonna peeking out here at Watertown real quick. Visibility a mile. 46 mile an hour wind sustained at gusting to 71. Yeah, that's a severe thunderstorm warning, all right. So right now we're going to wait for a couple of updates here. Our warning for Carver, McLeod, and Wright County, the severe thunderstorm warning that is set to expire in 6 minutes. We'll have to see if they decide to issue that
A new
differently
severe
farther
thunderstorm
over or
warning
how
has
that
been
decides
issued.
to ride. We do still have our tornado warning for the indicated rotation near Maple Lake. That is moving to the east-southeast, and that is moving into more of Wright County. It's going to be that northeastern extension of Wright County there. So Rockford, Buffalo, Maple Lake, Hanover, St. Michael, Albertville, Monticello, you're in this warning. Just off the big lake, just west of Otsego, just west of Elk River, and that area in Sherburne County, you're in it as well. Northwestern Hennepin County between Hanover, Greenfield, and Rockford, that little corner of northwestern Hennepin County in the tornado warning as well. We do still have our severe thunderstorm warnings back here in Swift, Pope, Stevens, and Candy-Ojai counties. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the areas around Graceville and Johnson and Traverse and Big Stone counties again. And we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the southern two-thirds of Stevens County, including Morris and Hancock, down towards Artichoke and Chicago. Flash flood warning for most of Stevens County until 8 o'clock. Flash flood warning, that same general area in Traverse and Big Stone County is the severe thunderstorm warning. That will run for 6 hours. That is actually a flood advisory for small stream and roadside flooding. And then that is all that's really happening in Minnesota at the moment. Now, we do have a strong storm that is starting to really get its act together out here by Revillo, South Dakota, Revillo, South Dakota. And that is going to move into Lac-qui-Parle County here probably in the next hour or so. So right there along Minnesota 40, coming in from Marietta towards Madison and heading over towards Lac-qui-Parle, central Lac-qui-Parle County, north of 212. That area, that storm is starting to show some signs of rotation. It's far away from all the radars, so it's kind of hard to see what we're looking at in terms of rotation there. I'm going to give it a quick courtesy look. Yeah, here's that rotation by reviewing. See the rotation there, but again, that's quite a ways out from Sioux Falls. Actually, Sioux Falls might have a good look at it. Yeah, Sioux Falls definitely is showing something interesting there, so let's keep that in mind. We might be talking about Lac-qui-Parle County here before long. Yeah, this area right here. Okay, so let's look back at the Twin Cities. So right now, nothing really jumps out at me in terms of anything rotation-wise in this area. There's a divot just outside of Maple Lake. There's a few on the south edge of this cluster along 12, but except for this, yeah, I'm just looking at this and I don't see a strong reason to keep this warning in effect. I don't have all of the radar tilts and levels available that the Chanhassen Weather Service does. They have other resources that they can tap into that I don't have access to as a member of the public. So I'm going to side with them and let that stand and say it should stand. But at the same time, there's the other part of me that's just like, well, do we need it to be there? Yeah, we do. And I say that because we have this little dimple, and I can't point to it on the screen. You guys won't be able to see where I'm pointing. So this kind of, no, I can't do that. That won't work. I'm too small on the screen. I'd have to make myself much bigger, which I suppose I could, but that'd be kind of creepy in a way. So let's try that. There we go. So what I'm looking at, as soon as I figure out where my directions are, is this little area right here. Right, and I'm on the edge of my green screen. I was afraid of that. Right in here. There's another one right up here. Those two, this little area right in here, is why that warning is in effect. And so, oh yeah, here we go. A new big severe thunderstorm warning just got issued.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Shrink myself down here and let Perfect Paul do the reading.
The National Weather Service in the Twin Cities has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Wright County, northeastern Carver County, northwest Hennepin, northeast Hennepin, west Hennepin, central Hennepin, and south Hennepin County until 7:30 p.m. At 6:59 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Delano, or 6 miles south of Buffalo, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60 mile per hour wind gusts and small hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees.
All right, so that is that new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued. And if you're wondering why it mentions so many regions of Hennepin County, for those of you who have weather radios and use them, you know why. So they've split Hennepin County into multiple regions. That way, let's say, for example, there's a severe thunderstorm warning issued for the southern part of Hennepin County down towards Edina and Bloomington. The weather radios up here in Brooklyn Park and Corcoran and Champlin don't go off and wake people up at 2 in the morning for nothing, basically. But southeastern Wright County and most of the western half of Hennepin County and extreme northeastern Carver County in a new severe thunderstorm warning.
New information. This tornado warning.
And we now have an update on our radar indicated tornado warning in Hennepin and Carver counties, or Wright County, sorry, Wright and Hennepin. And that is 6 miles south of Monticello. We're near Buffalo, moving east at 50. So we're looking at Rockford, Hanover, Greenfield, Buffalo, St. Michael, and Otsego. So right in here, that same area I was just looking at. Oh yeah, right in here. So I'm going to drag that. I'm going to see what we're looking at for a speed here. We are looking at 276 at 45. Wow, that storms are clipping right along. Okay, so I'm going to track this out because I don't like the look of this. So looking at this tornado warning it's currently for the rotation over Buffalo. Extending this out, storm's moving just a little bit south of east at 50. So St. Michael, you've got about 10 minutes warning. It's going to be there about 9:12 or 7:12 rather. Greenfield 7:13, Hanover 7:13, Rogers So we're getting more into the metropolitan area now. Rogers 9 at 717, 719 at Fletcher, looking at 725 in Dayton, 725 to 730 in Osseo, Champlin, Anoka, just a little bit longer than that, so about 733, 734 in New Hope, Coon Rapids, Brooklyn Park, and Crystal. And that will continue right across, and that's going to go right through the northern part of Hennepin County. And if it holds together, we're looking at southern Anoka, northern Ramsey, into the northern two-thirds of Washington County. And we'll have to see how long this storm holds together and what condition it's in when it gets there. One of the things that you can start to see, though,
Warning,
is I'm going to pause this radar here.
Reported.
I'm going to stop it, actually. There we go. I'm going to draw a line in here. It's not going to be an entirely valid line, but right through here.
New information. This tornado warning
Right through
has
there.
been updated.
You can see that little fine line of radar data. And that's all outflow from all these storms. Now, normally I would say outflow means they're dying, but in these storms, not necessarily. But that's what I was wanting to point out there. We'll put this back in motion and go back to looking at it as it moves. Okay, still that. Okay. So, just when you thought it was Traverse and Big Stone counties, boy, they are just getting hit and hit and hit. Okay, so Weather Lab here, we are just barely outside of that severe thunderstorm warning, and I mean barely. So I'm curious just how barely we're out of it. Okay, so it's Winnetka and 120th. So if you know where the target is in Champlin, that is that far northeastern corner of that, and that'll run all the way down almost to Flying Cloud Airport, and then back towards Buffalo and Montrose for that severe thunderstorm warning. I'm still watching this area of rotation that seems to be wanting to tighten up. There's another area just north of Buffalo, too. There's a couple of different places in this. Yeah, it looks convincing on the regular radar, but if you look at it in velocity mode, it does not. It's this area right in here is what they're talking about. There's
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Hey, here's our severe thunderstorm warning for Chippewa and Lac qui Parle counties. There's that storm coming in from Revilla that we talked about. Marietta, Madison, Montevideo, Dawson, all the way up to Milan and Cerro Gordo. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning now. That is for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Have an update on our warning out here towards Benson and Wilmer and Belgrade.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning
waiting for
has
that
been
update
issued.
to flash up here. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning out here for this poor cell by Watertown. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and tornado possible in the area around Watertown. Good grief. That's South Dakota. That's Watertown, South Dakota, not Waterton. It's Watertown. So, looking back in here, yeah, there's some sus area right in here. East of Buffalo, between Buffalo and Hanover. Out here along County Road 34. So, given that that's not entirely... Yeah, so, sorry, I was trying to mentally think this through. So if you're in the area, and if you're in northern Hennepin County, if you are north of Rockford to Maple Grove to Brooklyn Park, so if you know roughly where County Road 30 is, in Hennepin County, County Road 30 and County Road 109, if you are north of that area, you're probably going to wind up being in a tornado warning here very shortly as this storm moves into Hennepin County. We do still have a severe thunderstorm warning for most of western Hennepin County So from Osseo to Plymouth to Minnetonka down to Eden Prairie, clipping through Chanhassen and that area of Carver County, and then back into southwestern Wright County, including Buffalo, Waverly, Montrose, Delano, up towards Rockford and Hanover, all in this severe thunderstorm warning. That is for winds to 60 miles an hour, and the hail size is now being estimated as small hail, less than an inch. So we are seeing some weakening in that, which is good. However, there's still plenty behind it. We have severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Candido, High Stearns, Pope, and northeastern Swift County. So these storms are located from a line 5 miles southwest of Lake Hassel to 6 miles south of Paynesville. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail moving to the east at 30. And then Traverse and Big Stone counties, Graceville, Johnson, you know the drill. You've been doing this for a while now, a few hours. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning as well. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, flash flood warnings for the southern two-thirds of Stevens County, and that will run in here for another 52 minutes until 8 o'clock. Small stream urban and flood advisory for Traverse and Big Stone counties, that same area around Graceville, Johnson, Barry, just north of Clinton, and south of Dumont. That area for the next 6 hours or 5 hours now until midnight in a flood advisory. And we also have a severe thunderstorm warning down here in Lac-qui-Parle and Chippewa counties. That will include Montevideo, Watson, Milan, all the way back to Lac-qui-Parle, Boyd, Providence, Dawson, Madison, Bellingham, and Marietta. Got a severe storm moving across the South Dakota-Minnesota border now, moving towards Marietta, and that is capable of producing 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that is where we stand at the moment with our watches and warnings.
New information.
We have an
This
update on the tornado warning
has been
now
updated.
for Wright and Hennepin County. Wait and see what that says. That's the old update. I'm waiting for the new update. Come on. There it is. Oh, they shrank it a little. Not a lot, though. Okay. Miles north now. Albertville, 11 miles east of Buffalo, moving east at 50. So right
New
now we are
information.
looking
This
at
severe
St. Michael,
thunderstorm
Otsego,
warning has been
Albertville,
updated.
Rockford, Hanover, and Greenfield. That same general area as before. They just trimmed a little bit off of the severe thunderstorm warning that overlays that as well. So that's going to be that one that runs from here in Champlin, Osseo, Maple Grove, Plymouth, down through the Lake Minnetonka area, down to Chanhassen, back up towards Minnetrista, Watertown, Montrose, Delano, Rockford, Hanover, and back up to Buffalo. That is still a tornado possible with 60-mile-an-hour winds possible. That expires in 20 minutes, so that will expire here at 7:30. That is all we have in the metro, in the St. Cloud area. Now, farther back into Stearns County, down towards Belgrade, Bruton, and Lake Henry, and then north of Wilmer, so Spicer, Norway Lake, New London, Sunburg, and then Benson, DeGraff, Danvers, Clontarf, and south of Starbuck in Pope County. All that area in the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Traverse and Big Stone County, same story. The areas around Barry to Graceville to Johnson to Clinton, same areas have been getting absolutely hammered for the last few hours. We have a severe thunderstorm moving into Lac-qui-Parle County from South Dakota that is just coming through the Marietta area. That is going to move right along Minnesota 40 towards Madison, and that will move in towards Lac-qui-Parle, following along US 12, Dawson and Montevideo, also in the path of that one. And now that we're getting closer into the metro, I want to see if I can use the Doppler radar from the FAA. There we go. Now we're starting to get somewhere. So that's the velocity data from the FAA radar. Now it is designed to work out to about 48 miles from the radar site, 48 nautical miles, air miles. So that's why you notice it's very chunky out here. But you can see that outflow boundary right here. Nothing looks terribly. Yeah. So let's go back to Chanhassen. It's also the closer radar. Yeah, you can see that outflow now running all the way through. That's running from all the way up toward Osceola down to Hugo. Mounds View, Fridley, New Hope, Plymouth, out towards Maple Plain, then it curves a little bit more southeast, and that runs down between Merritt and Waconia to Norwood Young America, to New Auburn, down towards Gibbon and Winthrop. And so what's behind that is you've got cold air coming in from these thunderstorms. It's going to cool things down just a little bit. Yeah, it looks like we had a 61 mile an hour wind gust at Buffalo, and that just happened here about 8 minutes ago. So yeah, there definitely are still strong storms out there, still producing severe thunderstorm warning caliber storm. Still, yeah, I was looking up at northeastern Minnesota, just change of pace for a second. A few strong storms over Voyageurs from Lac LaCroix back down towards Crane Lake to Orr to Cook over Lake Vermilion, all moving, looks like to the northeast. Yeah, they're moving northeast. And right now, yeah, the Canadian tornado warnings are way north. They're north of Trans-Canada. So north of Ignis, north of Dryden. There are no warnings in northern Minnesota. The only warnings are down here in the metro and then west central Minnesota into eastern South Dakota.
Threat has diminished and the tornado warning has been canceled. However, large hail and damaging winds remain likely and a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for the area. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until midnight Monday for portions of central and east central Minnesota.
So what that was cut off slightly is a tornado warning for Hennepin and Wright counties has been allowed to expire. He actually canceled it a few minutes early. Severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect for a good chunk of Hennepin County. Again, Champlin to Chanhassen, Flying Cloud, Eden Prairie, and back to Mound, to Montrose, to Delano, to Rockford, to Buffalo, up towards St. Michael and Hanover, all in severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile an hour winds and small hail. And then farther back, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in Lac Pearl and Chippewa counties, Traverse and Big Stone counties, and then we have a larger one in Pope, Swift, Candy Ojai, and southwestern Stearns counties.
New information. This flash flood warning has
Stevens
been
County,
updated.
they've reissued that severe thunderstorm, or that severe thunderstorm warning, the flash flood warning for Stevens County. I'd say I'm surprised, but I'm not at all. Just waiting to see for the updates if that's come through.
New information. This severe
Here, an update
thunderstorm
on
warning
the
has been
Chippewa
updated.
and Lac Pearl County storm. Oh, well, I appreciate the breaking down of Hennepin County. It makes the warning readout really long. Holy cow, does that make it really long? Bear with me here. There we go. Trying to declutter out. The radar a little. Oh, sorry. Don't have the window open, but I think I just heard thunder. All right, so what we have. Okay. Yeah, they still haven't updated. Okay. Okay, I gotta keep track of where they're reading the warnings for. I got myself confused there for a second. I'm like, where to where to where? So from just south of St. Michael, so Hanover towards Rogers and Hassan, all the way back to Buffalo, down to Montrose, to Watertown, to Minnetrista, through Lake Minnetonka to Chanhassen, Eden Prairie Flying Cloud Airport, to Plymouth, to Minnetonka, and up to Champlin, Osseo, Maple Grove, and out towards Rogers and Dayton, all under severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and small hail. Beyond that, I have to look farther west, and then there's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings out there. Southwestern Stearns, Southern Stevens, Swift, and Northern Canada-Ojai counties, all, that's Pope County, not Stevens, Pope, under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That goes for another 27 minutes, so that will expire here at 7:45. Tornado possible with 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is for the storm that is in Lecoparro County. Also warning into western Chippewa. So Montevideo to Watson to Milan, Lecoparro, Boyd, Providence, Dawson.
New
all in that
information.
severe
This
thunderstorm
severe
warning.
thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And they have updated that warning for Benson over towards Paynesville. I'll wait for that to update. Still have a flash flood warning in effect until 8 o'clock for Stevens County. 3 to 6 inches of rain have
New
fallen,
information. This severe
and
thunderstorm
another inch and a
warning
half
has
is
been updated.
possible. That's also going to affect the area around Graceville, Clinton, and back into Traverse and Big Stone counties. And they did just update our severe thunderstorm warning here for Hennepin County. Over near Maple Grove, or 14 miles northwest of Minneapolis, moving east at 45, 60-mile-an-hour winds and small hail possible. Mainly rural areas of south central Wright and Hennepin counties, and this does have a tornado possible tag on it. And I'm just looking to see if I can figure out where. I'm going to guess it's this area just north of Loretto. Okay, I will take their word for it. I don't see it. But again, they can look at more detailed information and interrogate different sources that I don't have access to, so I am not going to question it. Here's our update on the severe thunderstorm warning. Northern Canada-Ojai, southwestern Stearns, southern Pope, northeastern Swift. Severe thunderstorms line from near Lake Hassel to 7 miles southwest of Paynesville. Those are all moving to the east at 15 miles an hour. Torrential rainfall is occurring. Large hail damaging winds all possible. So if you're in Benson, New London, Spicer, Bruton, Belgrade, Lake Hassel, Green Lake, Norway Lake, Gilchrist, Clontarf, DeGraff, Lake Henry, Sunburg, Danvers, Regal, Monson Lake State Park, Sibley State Park, Swift Falls, Georgeville, not Collegeville, Georgeville, and Benson Airport, you are in that warning. And we still have our warning with a tornado possible tag for Lecoparro and Chippewa counties. That area just there, but southeast of Marietta, southwest of Madison, that looks interesting. Keep an eye on that. Still have our flash flood warning in the area around Watertown, South Dakota. Large severe thunderstorm warning centered on Watertown, moving to the southeast towards Clear Lake, South Dakota, and eventually down towards Hendricks, and that will eventually move down towards Marshall in time. I'm just trying to keep a hairy eyeball on all this and know what's going on. Okay. Whew. And that's this area right here. If you can hear the weather radio, I'm not sure if you guys can hear that or not. So yeah, as of 4 minutes ago, over Maple Grove, moving east at 45. They have a different definition of this than I do. I'm very curious because they're saying over Maple Grove. Because that could be... There's a lot of real estate in Maple Grove. That's why I'm just like, which Maple Grove are we talking about? Because Maple Grove could be all the way up here by the hospital in 610 and 94, or we could be talking about Old Maple Grove down here west of 694 or 494 and 94, and out back here. Now that definitely is thunder. So we are out here.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Swift and Pope, a new flash flood warning has been issued. Now that's going to be the area around Cyrus to Sunburg to Clontarf to Benson and up to almost Starbuck. And then also I just saw that we have a special weather statement now for a good chunk of McLeod County, Hutchinson towards Biscay, down towards Sumter, Glencoe, Lester Prairie, and up to Winstead. That is for a strong thunderstorm capable of producing winds probably up to 40 mile an hour winds and nickel-sized hail, moving east at 25. So that'll be one that we have to watch for strengthening. So what I'm watching right now is this area out here. I'm going to pop off camera, otherwise you guys are going to see me way up and close. So bear with me for just a second. Yeah, it's 95 degrees outside or whatever it is, but I'm opening the window. I want to hear thunder. That's what that was all about. Sorry about that. There we go. I had the window closed because, of course, the AC's been cranked like a good Minnesotan. But yeah, so keep an eye on this as it moves in here. I just centered a little bit off camera. There we go. So what we're looking at, it'll be interesting to see where the storm out here by Hutchinson goes and if it develops more. What I am realistically more concerned with, don't get me wrong, I mean, this activity, this severe thunderstorm warning in Hennepin County and Wright County is serious. That's something that's going to have to be watched. But if I put this into motion, watch how the storms are moving. They're slowly drifting south, but they're just moving east and just reforming and moving east. There's not a lot of movement here. So if you're in the storms, you're in the storms and you're in the storms. And so I'm really starting to wonder about our chances of seeing a pretty substantial flash flood threat overnight. And they've been talking about it. There was a Storm Prediction Center comment about it. And so, just looking here. Oops, not what I wanted. Whew. Wow, okay. That's disturbing and gross. And a whole bunch of other things too. Sorry, it's just somebody forwarded me some information. At 4 p.m. today, so this is totally out of our area, just kind of interesting. 4 p.m. today, Maryville, Missouri had a temperature of 93 degrees. Dew point was 84. So it's 93 degrees, 74% humidity. Heat index was 119 degrees Fahrenheit. 119. Yuck. That's what that boils down to. Yuck.
This severe thunderstorm
yeah, we're getting lightning now. Up here at Black Sheep. Quite a bit of thunder, too. This area does seem to be strengthening somewhat. It was looking a little, and now it's starting to look like it's starting to strengthen up just some. There, right, if you're in Hennepin County and you're along 55, so if you're in Medina, Plymouth, coming in towards Minneapolis along, I just forgot the name of the park, Glenwood Avenue, which has a name as a parkway too, I just lost it. But if you're on Highway 55, general area, you are in the path of the strongest part of the cell right now. So we might have a little bit of a hail core developing to the northeast of Rockford. Not big hail, it to be fairly small hail. But looking back here, I mean, just I have to watch this cell coming towards Wilmer, coming out of Chippewa County, because that is starting to bow echo there a little bit. Well, bow out, which of course means you got to watch it like a hawk. Ooh, nice ground strike. Can't quite tell how far away it was, but that was definitely a lightning strike. Okay, latest update from the Storm Prediction Center is our severe thunderstorm watch down here in the metro and through most of southern Minnesota and back into South Dakota. The entire area still a valid watch. So no rest for the wicked. Just notice across the metro here, we have a special weather statement that covers a good deal of the core metro. So strong thunderstorm over Medina, winds gusting to 40 and half-inch hail. And so that's over Medina. That's going to fall. That's that storm over 55, that area. And that's going to cover Osseo, Brooklyn Park, Brooklyn Center, New Brighton, Vadnais Heights, over to Matamidi, down to Woodbury, back down through Apple Valley, St. Paul Park, Eagan, Burnsville, Bloomington, St. Louis Park, Edina, Hopkins. That goes all the way back through a good chunk of Hennepin County, Corcoran, Loretto, Independence, Maple Plain, Medina, Long Lake, Orono, Mound, Minnetonka, Plymouth. You're all in this special weather statement. Severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire, so we just have the special weather statement at this time. And I am in central Champlain, and there is a lot of lightning off to my west and southwest. So this area down here towards Osseo, right in here, there's a lot of lightning in that. I'm curious just how close this lightning is going to get. I have a surge protector, I have battery backup. I can keep going, but there's also the fact that I don't know how well, if I can hold the battery up long enough to get through the power going out. I doubt it will. Oh. Sorry, just if you're a geek of a certain age or a certain set of parents, you would recognize the name of Tom Lehrer. He passed away today at the age of 97. It's amazing what people decide to send me while I'm live on the air. It's like, really? You want to send me bad news like Tom Lehrer just passed? No. So right now, Eastern Hennepin, Hennepin County in the eastern part of the state, east central Minnesota into central Minnesota. I'm going to blanket this with a broad statement. If you are currently to the east,
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Of US 71, there are no warnings. We have two special weather statements, one for McLeod County and one for most of Hennepin County into Ramsey and Dakota County and extreme northeastern Scott County and extreme southwestern Washington County. Those are for strong thunderstorms, winds up to 50 miles an hour and small hail. Once you get west of 71, well, things aren't quite as copacetic. We have flash flood warnings in Stevens County, Pope County, and northern Swift County. So Benson to Clontarf, back towards Artichoke and Fairfield, over towards Sunburg, up towards Bruton, Starbuck, Cyrus. We're in a flash flood warning for another hour, so that will expire here at 8:30. Stevens County, you are in a flash flood warning until 8 o'clock. Traverse and Big Stone County, you are under an urban and small stream flood advisory and a flood warning for another 5 hours and 13 minutes. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in Traverse and Big Stone counties for the area around Graceville and Johnson. That is looking like it may be trying to downtrend a little bit as it moves towards Stevens County. We'll have to see if we can get Traverse and Big Stone out of that warning set for a while. Otherwise, we have severe thunderstorm warning still in Chippewa and Lac-qui-Parle County. Marietta, you're clear. Bellingham, you're clear. But Madison, Cerro Gordo, up towards Milan, Watson, Montevideo, back down to Boyd, Dawson, and Providence. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then not too far behind, there's more storms. We have a big severe thunderstorm warning for tornado possible tag, 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that covers Dwell, Hamlin, and Cardington, South Dakota counties. That's near Castlewood, moving southeast at 10. But there are more cells in this area as well, so not out of the woods there. And we just got another special weather statement, and this is for the storm just blew through Litchfield. It looks like it's strengthening quite nicely, actually. Winds to 40, penny-sized hail moving east at 45. Wow, are we getting some serious lightning out here? That is moving to the east-southeast. That will go through Dassel, Cokato, following along Highway 12 from Litchfield. So that will extend out Buffalo to Montrose to Winstead, including Cokato, Stockholm, Dassel, Darwin, Kingston, French Lake, Howard Lake, back to Litchfield. Litchfield, you're almost out of it. It's blown through all year already. The airport got the observation, and I think that's what triggered the special weather statement. Noticing we're starting to get some more development down here on the south edge, down towards Mound, back towards Mayer and Hollywood along Highway 7. And that's going to be in northern Carver County. But yeah, there's a lot going on. Thankfully, right now, not a lot of severe weather. I mean, we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, but that's the borderline for a severe thunderstorm, is you have to be over those two thresholds. So we're right at the lower end there, which is good. It's the flooding threat that is looking more and more serious as time goes on. I'm really kind of expecting a flash flood warning from northern Meeker through northern Candy-Ojai back through the rest of Swift County. Wouldn't be surprised to see it for Lac-qui-Parle, Chippewa, and southern Candy-Ojai County into southern Meeker. Hoping here in the metro we can escape flash flooding, but given the urban interface and the fact that there's very little opportunity for the ground to absorb anything, it all runs off because of concrete and asphalt, it'll be very difficult to avoid flooding here in the metro. And the rain has started here at Black Sheep. I'm surprised it took this long. And it looks like we might, I was eyeballing something here. These little dimples, these little fingers that stick out. They're in the wrong direction. If they were the other way around, I'd be much more concerned. I have to think about this for a second. Hold on. That is the right direction. Never mind. Hold on. Velocity data says... Okay. Yeah, as I look at the velocity data up here in the metro, there's nothing in this that really... There's a something, maybe. A little bit of a messy signature around New Hope, between New Hope and Crystal. That's going to pass south of Crystal Airport towards Robbinsdale into North Minneapolis in the Camden and Falwell neighborhoods. Another area of kind of messy signature between Corcoran, Maple Grove, and up towards Rogers along 610 and 94. But otherwise, it just looks like your standard garden variety showers and thunderstorms moving through the metro now. Same thing with this activity coming out of Litchfield towards Howard Lake, Cokato, and Montrose towards Buffalo. Again, nothing really stands out in terms of looking severe. No strong wind gusts, no strong wind patterns showing up in the velocity data at this time. Could we get some strong gusty winds out of any of these storms? Absolutely. So don't be surprised if you see some small limbs down or you get some tree limbs down, little smaller limbs. It's not until we start getting into these storms that are farther west, Traverse Big Stone County, out towards Chippewa, Lac-qui-Parle, and then of course the Watertown complex that just does not want to move. It's behind my head right there, but this whole area right in here. But not a lot. It's a good steady rain here in Black Sheep Land, but I think we may have dodged a severe weather bullet here in the metro. I mean, given how hot it was today and how humid it was and how much sun we got, I was thinking we might actually get into some pretty severe storms today, but I think we've gotten lucky. There were some things aloft that were not entirely favorable.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
I saw a new tornado warning. I'm like, where? Oh, it's out here. Coddington, Dwell, and Hamlin. Oh, look. Yeah, it's going to be this area down here by Watertown again. 1 1/4 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah. Same thing they've been getting for a while down there. So, we keep an eye on these storms here for the next little bit. And so, we have special weather statement across most of the core of the Twin Cities Metro. We have another special weather statement from Litchfield over towards Waverly. That's going to move into the North Metro as well, Central Metro. And then the South Metro, you're probably going to see this special weather statement move through from Hutchinson, Biscayne, Glencoe to Lister Prairie. And that will move to the east as well. I don't know how well you guys are able to hear the thunder in my mic, but it's turning into a dark and stormy night. Which is a terrible way to start a novel, I must say. Sorry, I had to laugh. You guys I know you can't hear it, but somebody on their motorcycle, sounds like over on 169, just tearing through, just revving it up. And I'm like, rain-slicked road, and you're going to go racing on your motorcycle. That sounds like a death wish to me. Now, just watching this gust front out here, and watching the area up here towards Cumberland, back towards Amory, down towards Farmington, Wisconsin. This little area is trying to develop here to see if it does do anything. If it does, that would eventually move down. That'd move between Glenwood City and Chautauqua. I'll move down towards Chippewa Falls and the Eau Claire area. Otherwise, I'm going to keep an eye on this, like I said, for another half an hour, 45 minutes, try to get these storms with the special weather statements through the metro. I don't think we're going to have much of a severe weather threat after this in the metro. I hope I'm wrong, but we'll have to see what happens. Excuse me.
New information. This
So we have
severe
an update
thunderstorm
on the
warning
Traverse
has
and
been
Big Stone
updated.
warning. That has shrunk. Yeah, that's finally starting to go away. Over Chicago, 11 miles east of Graceville, moving east at 30. So these storms have actually started moving. So what we're looking at is this little cell right here. And really, you could drop Big Stone County out of this and just leave Traverse in it, but because really you're looking at the area north of Johnson, north of Graceville, just that southeastern corner, and that's quickly moving in over here to Stevens County. Stevens County, you are still into that flash flood warning for another 19 minutes. I'm not sure if they'll extend that or not. And it's kind of hard to say because it's kind of hard to see what's happening back there. Okay, now that I look at it from Aberdeen, yeah, they might.
A new severe thunderstorm warning.
We have a new
has
severe
been issued.
thunderstorm warning for Carver, McLeod, Meeker, and Wright counties. And that is for that cell out by Litchfield. It's moving in on Highway 12. So Dassel, Howard Lake, Cokato, yeah.
The National Weather Service in the Twin Cities has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern McLeod County, east central Meeker County, southwestern Wright County, northwestern Carver County until 8:15 p.m. At 7:41 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Dassel, or 13 miles north of Hutchinson, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Expected hazards include quarter-size hail. Severe weather has been reported by the public reported. The following impacts are expected. Damage to vehicles is expected. Locations impacted include Buffalo, Montrose, Cokato, Winstead, Howard, Lake, Dassel, Waverly, Darwin, Smith Lake, and Rassat. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. This storm has produced large hail. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 8:15 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Carver, McLeod, Meeker, and Wright.
All right, so it says large hail, but they're saying 1-inch hail. That's large hail to me is 1.5, 2-inch hail or bigger. But yeah, if you're outside still and you're in this little pocket of dry, well, relatively dry, in western Hennepin, Wright County, yeah, you want to be seeking shelter. 1-inch hail will definitely hurt if it hits you in the head. And just trying to eyeball this. It's getting a little crowded in here, unfortunately. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off the special weather statements because they're starting to clutter the map up to the point where it's hard to see things. There, that's better. They'll still show up. I can still see them here. I can see them in other sources, so. And that was almost a power loss. We got lucky, not once but twice. 3, 4.
A new severe
Anoka,
thunderstorm
Dakota,
warning
northeast
has been
Hennepin,
issued.
central Hennepin. Okay, we got a big new severe thunderstorm warning coming through now. I was wondering about that.
4. South Central Anoka County, Northwestern Dakota County,
A new
Northeast
severe
Hennepin,
thunderstorm warning
Central
has been
Hennepin,
issued.
East Hennepin, in South Hennepin County, Ramsey County, until 8:15 p.m. At 7:43 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Golden Valley, or 6 miles northwest of Minneapolis, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Expected hazards include 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Severe weather has been reported by the public reported. The following impacts are expected. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Minneapolis,
A new
St. Paul,
severe thunderstorm
Bloomington,
warning has been
Brooklyn
issued.
Park, Plymouth, Eagan, Maple Grove, Eden Prairie, Burnsville, Minnetonka, Edina, St. Louis Park, Maplewood, Richfield, Roseville, Brooklyn Center, Oakdale, Fridley, Shoreview, and White Bear Lake. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows. The storm is capable of producing damaging winds and has produced large hail. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 8:15 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Central Hennepin, Dakota, East Hennepin, Northeast Hennepin, Ramsey, and South Hennepin. The National Weather Service.
All
in the Twin
right,
Cities.
so we now have a severe thunderstorm warning for east central, southeastern Hennepin County, for most of Ramsey County into far northwestern Dakota County. That will cover the areas from Matamidi to Maplewood to St. Paul to Mendota Heights to Eagan. And that will go all the way back to Plymouth, Hopkins, Maple Grove, Brooklyn Park. And that is for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. We did not see any of that up here in Champlin, but we're on the farther north of that. We also did get that new severe thunderstorm warning out here along Highway 12, coming out of Litchfield towards Dassel. That is actually starting to look like a pretty substantial hail score there, south and west of Dassel. So along Highway 12, moving in towards Cokato, Howard Lake, and Montrose. And then, while that was going on, we also got a very large severe thunderstorm warning out here for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And this is for Renville, Chippewa, Southern Lac-qui-Parle, and Yellow Medicine counties until 8:45. And these storms are all moving to the southeast at 30, producing 1-inch hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we're going to hang out here together for about another half an hour and see what happened. And of course, I had to say it, didn't I? Every time I think we're going to be okay and get out of this, something happens. I gotta quit saying it looks quiet. Sorry, Alfred, slurping in your ear. I'm gonna try to keep my voice a little. Okay, so this is what it looks like from the FAA radar in Cottage Grove. Take a zoom in look at this. So southern Anoka County, Fridley, Columbia Heights, Hilltop, that area in Anoka County. And then New Brighton, Arden Hills, Shoreview, Vadnais Heights, Gem Lake, Maplewood. You're not going to see this for another little bit, but you're definitely going to see it. Roseville, Falcon Heights, the fairgrounds, down into St. Paul towards Mendota and West St. Paul. And then Minneapolis International, Eagan, that part, Mendota Heights and Dakota County. Back into Hennepin County, the airport, Richfield, Edina, Hopkins, Minnetonka, St. Louis Park, Golden Valley, Plymouth.
New information. This flash flood warning.
That's that
has been
severe
updated.
thunderstorm warning. We have our severe thunderstorm warning out here in Meeker, Wright, extreme northwestern Carver County, and extreme northeastern McLeod County. The Stevens County flash flood warning has been extended. That said until 8 o'clock, but I just saw it come across, so I'm just going to wait for it to show up here. It'll blink when it does, so. Looks like we have 1 inch hail report by the public, and that was in Plymouth. And that would be what triggered that warning. All right. Oh, little stretch. That flood warning update has not come through yet, so I'm kind of waiting for that. Why are we just now getting the wind? This is strange. Okay. Black sheep were up in this general area up here in Champlin. So that's why I was like, why are we getting the wind? Most of it's south of us. No, we're just now getting into it. We're getting the outflow from behind it more. Rear flank. Weather radio is still chattering on about the special weather statement. I'm like, it's already got a warning on it. Drop the special weather statement. Okay, so we got an update on. No, we have not. Okay. Did we get the update yet on Stevens County? No. It was extended, but I haven't seen that it hasn't updated yet. Morris is something interesting going on. Heavy rain, visibility 1.25 miles, gusting to 45. Okay. One of the things that we will have to keep an eye on going forward as we get more and more rain is as the ground gets saturated, it takes less and less wind to start pulling trees over. And so it may not necessarily uproot the tree, but if it leans it over, it could lean it into power lines and take power out in some areas. Here is our severe thunderstorm moving through the Twin Cities metro core. So we've got some stronger activity, not severe, but just stronger out towards Wayzata, Minnetonka Beach, over Lake Minnetonka area. And then the core of the severe weather is from Golden Valley to Columbia Heights to New Brighton to Mounds View. And that is this area right, I can't point that far, right up in here, in this area, towards Columbia Heights, that far southern finger of Anoka County, along 47 and 65, over towards 35E, or 35W rather. I was thinking that's 35E, 35W. So this area, if you're out towards Bethel, Shoreview, Vadnais Heights, Little Canada, Roseville, this storm is moving your way. Minneapolis, downtown, you are just about to see this. I don't remember if there's a Twins game tonight or not. If there is, they better be in a rain delay because they're getting lightning in that area. And as I look in here, it's starting to get quite a bit more lightning out here. This area around Cokato and Dassel.
Warning, a special event has been
Switch
updated.
radar sites here. A better view of this all. There we go. And that would be this area
New
out here.
information. This severe, considerable, destructive thunderstorm.
And we have an
warning has
updated
been
warning
updated.
now, or an update to this warning. We'll see if it's come through. Yeah, it did. Whew.
Warning, a special
So-
event has been updated.
This warning has been updated as of a minute ago for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. At 7:50, golf ball sized hail reported in Plymouth. So that would be in Plymouth, they said. So back here. So right in here. Wish I could. Wish they would get that posted so I could see where it was, so I could track it out. But we'll generally run with the Plymouth area. It's gonna be back in here. I think it's gonna be towards Golden Valley. So areas right along in either side of 394 going into Minneapolis, down towards South Minneapolis, towards Powderhorn, Phillips, even as far south as Kingfield, Standish, Nokomis neighborhoods in Minneapolis, down towards the airport, Mendota, and Lilydale. That's the area it's going to be in this closest
New
section through
information.
here
This tornado
for that
warning has
larger
been
hail
updated.
core. Looks like we might be getting a hail core starting to develop up here as well. That's going to be up towards Columbia Park and Columbia Heights and Hilltop, up in the northeast Minneapolis. And then we still have our severe thunderstorm warning out here for the area around Dassel, Cokato, Stockholm, moving to the east-southeast. That will move into the core of the metro in the next hour. Some stronger storms down here towards Glencoe, down towards Gaylord. No warning on that yet. Yeah, we've not gotten an update on these warnings. That's strange. And looking farther back to the southwest for our friends out here in Lacopar, Chippewa, and areas down that way, Renville and Yellow Medicine counties. Still severe thunderstorm warning in effect. These storms are moving southeast at 30. And all the way back across the border into South Dakota, Clear Lake, back down towards Watertown, Hazel, and Hayti. Severe thunderstorm warning out there as well. Still have a radar indicated tornado warning down here towards Castlewood. Slightly more intense threat in this area with 1 1/4 inch hail in South Dakota as opposed to 1 inch hail towards Montevideo and Dawson, heading towards Granite Falls. There's that 1.7 inch hail report in Plymouth. And that was reported at 7:51, so about 4 minutes ago. So that's going to be here. Yeah, this area right here, going through Golden Valley. About to cross over Highway 100. That's going to move between 55 and 394. That's going to go right through the Harrison and Bryn Mawr neighborhoods, right across Loring Park, and right into the area around Augsburg, Seward, and Riverside. If you're in Longfellow towards the University of St. Thomas and Hamlin, over on the Ramsey County side in St. Paul, you're in the path of this as well. Another stronger cell trying to develop out here over the Lake Minnetonka area between Wayzata, Minnetonka, Woodland, and Deep Haven. That'll move into the Hopkins, St. Louis Park area here in the next half hour. Still no update on our severe thunderstorm warning out here in Meeker and Wright counties. A bit surprised we haven't had an update on that, but then with everything that's happening in the core metro, I'm not surprised Chanhasen's a little busy. Yeah, we still haven't gotten that update yet. Okay.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Bear with me here. I'm going to jump out and take a look at a different product set. I'm going to see if I can get the update on that Stevens County warning, because that's fairly nasty out there. Stevens County has been extended until 10 p.m. There we go. That makes more sense. Emergency management flooding has been reported. Small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses. Morris, Hancock, Chokio, Donnelly, Lake Hattie, Fish Lake, Alberta, and Morris Airport are the areas in that flash flood warning until 10 o'clock.
Warning, a special event has been
And
updated.
then we also have the flood warning for Traverse and Big Stone counties.
Warning, a special event has been updated.
And then, excuse me. Oh, there we go. Come on.
Warning, a special event has been updated.
Just looking here, it looks like they may have.
New information,
There it is.
this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Flash flood warning until 8:30 for Southern Pope and Northern Swift. That'll expire here in about 32 minutes. That's the areas around Benson, Swift Falls, Lake Castle, and Clontarf. Yes, it will. All right, so here's that storm moving through. That's going to moving right through the core of Minneapolis right now. So we've got stronger hail core that's moved over. My guess is it's going to be right over the core of Minneapolis. I'm going to switch this out. What the? Okay, so that's not what I was looking for. Wrong product. Okay. So yeah, we definitely got some hail core up here towards Buffalo. No, this is now our old. Why is this data old? Okay, never mind. Scratch that. Wonder why that looked strange. Okay, so let's do that. Okay. So storms went through Crystal. Looks like they got some stronger winds, gusty winds. Yeah, Crystal 33 mile an hour sustained wind gusting to 62.
Warning, a special event has been updated.
3/4 mile visibility. Yeah. And then is this warning. I'm really starting to wonder if Chanhassen's having a comm issue because there's some things that have just not come through correctly. Yeah, the extension on those Stevens County. I know this map does not show you being in a flash flood warning. You are still in a flash flood warning until 10 o'clock. So don't let the pretty little dots fool you otherwise. You are still in the flash flood warning. Same thing for Traverse and Big Stone counties. You're under a flood advisory back here. Clinton, Graceville towards Johnson. That is a small stream and river flood advisory. That will run here until I believe 2 a.m. Until 12:45. It's earlier than I thought it was. It was after 10 already. Taking a look at our severe thunderstorm warning here over the core metro. Right over the core of downtown Minneapolis and St. Paul, moving a little bit north, actually, it looks like. Looks like it might be trying to move up towards the fairgrounds and Falcon Heights and come in on the north side of St. Paul, paralleling 94 there and moving towards landfall. Kind of hard to see when you start getting into the urban interface because the buildings will sometimes throw things off. It's a little weird pattern changes in the radar reflectivity. Yeah, right there. So yeah, it's actually a little bit south of Falcon Heights. It's going to be right in here. So that's going to be roughly Hennepin? Energy Park Drive and 280. There we go. I was a little too far south. Or too far north. So towards Hamlin, that's going to come right over the core of St. Paul, downtown. Dayton's Bluff towards the airport, Pig's Eye. That'll eventually move over Woodbury and Newport, South St. Paul, West St. Paul, into southern Washington County. Eventually towards Cottage Grove. Behind that, not a lot in the metro right now. There's some showers back here towards Medina along Lake Orono. A few showers out towards the National Weather Service in Chanhassen. And then we have another big cluster of storms. Severe warned out towards Cokato, Stockholm, Howard Lake, and Winstead. That's moving to the east-southeast. That will move into the areas around Greenfield, Maple Plain, Mound, towards Plymouth, Chanhassen in time. We have okay, so Weather Radio just announced that the area around here Darwin,
New
Dassel, this area,
information.
Meeker County
This
is
severe
dropped.
thunderstorm warning
So we are
has
still
been
looking
updated.
at the area around Cokato, Stockholm, Howard Lake, and Winstead to Montrose to Buffalo still being in that severe thunderstorm warning. We have the large severe thunderstorm warning from Lauriston to Raymond to Clara City to Granite Falls to Hanley Falls to Germania to Porter, back out to Gary on the border to Marietta to Madison to Dawson to Lac-Qui-Parle. That is for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That'll expire in 45 minutes. Those storms are moving to the east at 40. And we have our flash flood warnings up here in, see if this got updated. It did. Swift and Southern Pope and Northern Swift counties until 8:30. And then Stevens County until 10 p.m. Flash flood warning. A flood warning for the areas around Graceville, Clinton, and Johnson in Traverse and Big Stone counties. And then we still have our severe thunderstorm warning in the metro. If you are to the west of I-94 and 35W in the metro, the severe weather threat has moved past you. There are still areas of heavy rain. There are still some gusty winds out there, but the severe threat is greatly reduced. That has now moved to the other side of the Mississippi River, moving into Ramsey County, into northern Dakota County. And they have now added some areas to that severe thunderstorm watch. They've added Goodhue County. And it looks like they added St. Croix and Polk. Or is that Pierce? That's Pierce. Okay. All right, they just did some big time trimming of that severe thunderstorm watch. So if you are in the area from Turtle Lake to St. Croix Falls to Chisago, over towards Becker and Clearwater in Minnesota to Cold Spring to Belgrade to Sauk Center, north of that line,
This severe considerable
in the
destructive thunderstorm
Chanhassen area,
warning
you
has
are
been
out of it.
updated.
So Mille Lacs, Onamia, Isle, you're out of it. Little Falls, you're out. Long Prairie, you're out. Pine City, Hinckley, you're still in. And then once you get north of that, all of the area northeast Minnesota. So we're looking at Pequot Lakes to Brainerd, Baxter, all the way up to Grand Portage, Grand Marais, and all the way back up towards International Falls, almost to Baudette in a severe thunderstorm watch. And that one runs until 1 o'clock in the morning here. So right now, it's calming down quite nicely out here in Black Sheep Land and northeastern Hennepin County. A couple pockets of heavier rain still to be seen. But as you can see, it's quickly moving out. There's that heaviest, what looks to be the most intense area of hail. So Roseville to Falcon Heights, down towards 94 in Midtown. Or Midway, not Midtown, Midway. So Hamlin, Falcon Heights, Roseville, even down towards the University of St. Thomas, moving towards St. Paul, Swedes End, Swedes Valley, Payne Phelan neighborhood, North End, Swede Hollow, Dayton's Bluff, up towards Greater Eastside and Maplewood. That area could see some hail. Actually, yeah, they did leave that warning. I thought for a second they dropped it. Yeah, got some more hail going. 1-inch hail in 1 mile west of Little Canada, so there's definitely hail in this system still. So would not be surprised if they trim a lot of Hennepin County out of this in the next update. I actually could see them totally rewriting this warning to cover most of, I would say, probably from Hastings back towards Eagan, Mendota to Roseville, Mounds View, White Bear, Montemedi to Stillwater, and then down to Hastings. I think that'll be the next warning if they continue it. It's 1 inch hail in Maplewood. They're
A
going to
new
probably
severe
carry that
thunderstorm
forward.
warning has been issued.
And out here, Lincoln and Lyon counties in southwestern Minnesota. So Marshall and Ivanhoe towards Cottonwood and Hendricks. You are now in a severe thunderstorm warning. Excuse me. For 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's a
A new
continuation
considerable
of.
destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Did I not just say Stillwater to roughly Hastings? Yeah, there it is. And this is a considerable for 1 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we're looking at north central Dakota, East Hennepin, Ramsey County, and southern Washington counties.
Weather Service in the Twin Cities has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for North Central Dakota County, East Hennepin County, Ramsey County, Southern Washington County, until 8:45 p.m. At 8:07 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Roseville, or near St. Paul, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Expected hazards include golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Source: Train spotters reported. The following impacts are expected: people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind
New
damage to
information.
roofs,
This severe
siding,
considerable
and trees.
destructive thunderstorm warning
Locations
has been
impacted
updated.
include Minneapolis, St. Paul, Eagan, Woodbury, Maplewood, Richfield, Cottage Grove, Inver Grove Heights, Roseville, Oakdale, Shoreview, White Bear Lake, South St. Paul, West St. Paul, Stillwater, Hudson, Vadnais Heights, Mendota Heights, Lake Elmo, and Montgomery. Anyone outdoors should move to shelter inside a well-built structure and stay
Also,
away
I'm
from
the wrong
windows.
button.
This storm has produced dangerous hail and is capable of producing damaging winds.
All right, so, excuse me, as I expected, we did get that new severe thunderstorm warning. That's covering most of the southern part of Washington County, so from Willardy to Grant to Stillwater, up towards Marina and St. Croix, coming all the way back down to Cottage Grove, Afton, and down to Basswood Grove and Inver Grove Heights, St. Paul Park, Newport, Sunfish Lake, Mendota, South and West St. Paul, Maplewood, Vadnais Heights, Montemedi. You are all in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. The storm is capable of producing 1.75 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Farther back to our west, still have strong storms, not severe, just strong. Norwood Young America to Hamburg to Green Isle to Arlington, back towards Plato and up towards Mayer and Waconia. And then we had a severe thunderstorm warning that was just allowed to expire. This was canceled. From Hutchinson up towards Cokato, Winsted, Montrose, Watertown. That's just a strong storm now. Still have our severe thunderstorm warnings. Raymond, Clara City to Montevideo to Granite Falls. Clarkfield back to Canby, Dawson. Those storms are slowly moving to the east and southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Oh, they're moving at least at 40 now. They've picked up a little bit of speed. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Beyond that, in Lyon and Lincoln County in Minnesota, southwestern Minnesota. So Marshall, Ivanhoe, severe thunderstorm warning there for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is for those storms that are up here, can be towards Clarkfield, moving to the south somewhat and moving into that area. And if we look at Sioux Falls radar, you can see that clearly that those storms are not, more than likely it's an outflow boundary that's set up and we just can't see it on the radar real well, and that's what's triggering that warning through here. Lots of hail up here around Watertown. They've had a rough time of it tonight. Flash flood warning still in effect for Pope and Swift County, and that runs until 8:30. Stevens County until 10 o'clock. I have a flood advisory until 1 a.m. and that, or 12:45 a.m. rather, for the areas Traverse and Big Stone County. So Graceville, Clinton, Johnson, you're in that flash flood or that flood warning. It's not a flash flood warning; it's a flood warning. And then, keep in mind, I'm looking at this from Sioux Falls. You can see how big that hail core was. switch over to the different radar sites. Look at Maple Grove, or Cottage Grove. So this is the view from the FAA radar in Cottage Grove. This is a higher resolution radar. It's a much shorter range, but it's a higher resolution. And looking at this, it is a big windbag at this point with some large hail in it. But nothing really standing out as a big scary storm. It's just windy and hailing. And I'm going to put this into motion, see what this... Yeah, so we've got this area back here kind of festering between Hutchinson, Buffalo, and Elk River. This area is not really fading away, but it's not really growing, but it's just producing a lot of rain. And this whole area is eventually going to move off, and this is eventually going to move towards the metro. How much of it will make it to the metro is what remains to be seen. I wish I could say that, nope, there's not going to be any flooding rains, we're not going to have any problems here, but we very well might. So, at this point, excuse me, not too concerned, but we'll keep an eye on it. What we will do, though, is once we get this warning out of the metro and out of St. Croix and Pierce counties, what we'll do is we will throw it back to just a radar update, radar loop. But for now, yeah, that doesn't even show the update. There's Pierce and St. Croix. Okay. So here's that zoom on the metro. Okay, golf ball size hail was reported in here. Where'd it go? Come on. 2 miles east-southeast of Falcon Heights, reported 1.75 inch hail. So, you know, this is definitely a storm with some kick to it. So, South Washington County, if you are south of 95, 96, let's say south of 96. So, Delwood to Grant to north of Stillwater, south of that area, you need to be taking shelter. This storm is producing 1 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds that will do damage. That will cause car problems. Beyond that, unless this area out here towards Norwood Young America or Hutchinson up towards Buffalo really decides to strengthen back up, I think our severe weather threat in the metro is over for the night. The bigger problem is now going to be transitioning into a heavy rain and flooding threat. And depending on what tomorrow brings and how things look tomorrow, we could do the same basic thing setup as we had today tomorrow. So, what?
Please refer to the bulletin for the latest severe weather information. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect at 12 o'clock a.m. for a portion of east central Minnesota.
What?
Repeating, the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire for the following counties in Minnesota: Dakota, East Shinnecoin, Ramsey, and South Shinnecoin. The National Weather Service
Okay.
Twin Cities has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for North Central Dakota County, East Shinnecoin County, Ramsey County, Southern Washington County until 8:45 p.m.
Okay.
At 8:07 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Roseville or near St. Paul, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Expected hazards include golf ball-sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Source: trained spotters reported. The following impacts are expected.
All right, so
Will be injured.
I had to listen to the weather radio because it was something didn't make sense. So Hennepin County, except for the areas right around the Minneapolis International up towards Lake Nokomis. The rest of Hennepin County, you are no longer in a warning. Ramsey County, Vadnais Heights, back towards Roseville, Falcon Heights, St. Paul, back down towards Lilydale and Highland Village, all the way down to Pig's Eye. South Washington County from Cottage Grove all the way back up towards Stillwater and almost up to Arcola, back towards Matamidi, and then White Bear Lake, Vadnais Heights, Gem Lake, and Maplewood. You are all in severe thunderstorm warning for 1 3/4 inch hail, golf ball sized hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And watching still some storms Moving in, it looks like they're going to go primarily south of the metro, so southern Dakota County into Scott County. So Belle Plaine towards Lakeville, New Prague, Northfield, Cannon Falls. These are stronger storms. They're currently moving out of the area around Belle Plaine to Norwood Young America and Cologne. And then we have an area of general thunderstorms and heavy rain that is running from Biscay and Hutchinson back towards Greenleaf. And that runs up towards Cokato and Montrose, up towards Buffalo and Maple Lake. That will continue moving to the east and will eventually drift over the Twin Cities. Same thing can be said for this area around Wilmer that is along US 71 from New London down towards Wilmer, back down towards Olivia and Blomkest and Lake Lillian. That will continue moving off to the east. That may make the metro at some point later tonight. That would probably be, probably closer to midnight if it gets here. 11 o'clock midnight. The big thing we want to watch for overnight is to see where this area of storms sets up. Because if it gets hung up, it could be quite the soaker for areas that can't handle it, like the metro. As I looking at this area towards Belle Plaine, back down towards Redwood Falls, you can see it's starting to drift south. But at the same time, you've got this area back here, Clare City to Wilmer along 23. It does not want to necessarily do the same thing. And they are cutting up that severe thunderstorm watch up to our north as well. Let's see what's left of it. Not much.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning.
Aitkin,
has been
Crow Wing,
updated.
and Pine, and then Carlton, Cook, Lake, and St. Louis, and Douglas. So, not a lot. All right, our severe thunderstorm warnings in southwest Minnesota have been trimmed down somewhat. As of 8:20, so about now. Severe thunderstorm over Clarkfield, or 13 miles south of Montevideo, moving east at 40. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that warning is still in effect for areas around Granite Falls, Clara City, back to Montevideo, Clarkfield, Romania, Hanley Falls. And those storms are slowly moving off to the east and southeast. Starting to see some development now down here in the Lyons and Lincoln counties in southwestern Minnesota. Not, my guess is that's probably being issued because of outflow from the storms to the north. Sacred Heart to Clarkfield, 6 miles Lake Cochran, moving southeast at 20. Yeah, it's this area up here. They're just kind of looking at that wind coming out of it, the outflow boundary. That's probably strong enough that it's causing problems. All right. All right. So we watch this area of storms slowly move out of Hennepin County over Ramsey County and into Washington County. We'll have to see if they extend that warning off into western Wisconsin. See if Pierce and St. Croix counties get warned. Mato Midai? I didn't realize that was 4 syllables. And taking a look at, so you just got to watch this drift out through the metro. Let's point out a few things here. It's still 82 out here at Lake Elmo. 86 at South St. Paul, 85 at St. Paul downtown, 84 at Blaine, 89 at Minneapolis, 71 at Crystal. You get these storms, they really cool things off. It's still humid. I mean, it didn't take any of the moisture out of there. It just dropped the temperature 20 degrees.
A new severe thunderstorm
that makes
warning
more
has
sense
been
now.
issued.
Please refer to the bulletin for the latest severe weather information. A severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 12 o'clock a.m. for a portion of east central Minnesota. Repeating, the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire for the following counties in Minnesota: Dakota, East Hennepin, Ramsey, and South Hennepin. The following is a summary of watches, warnings, and advisories in effect. For central Minnesota, an extreme heat warning remains in effect until 9 p.m. for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Hennepin, Isanti, McLeod, Meeker, Sherburne, and Wright. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 8:45 p.m. for the following county: East Hennepin, Minnesota. Severe thunderstorm watch number 548 remains in effect until midnight Monday for the following counties in Minnesota: Anoka, Carver, Hennepin, McLeod, Meeker, Nobles, and Wright. This is Weather Radio Station WMG 676 Clearwater, broadcasting on a frequency of 162.50 megahertz. We broadcast from the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Chanhassen, Minnesota, serving listeners across much of central Minnesota.
All right.
Time is 8:23 p.m. Central Daylight Time.
So this morning has another 20 minutes to go.
Service in the Twin Cities has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for North Central Dakota County, East Hennepin County, Ramsey County, Southern Washington County until 8:45 p.m. At 8:07 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Roseville or near St. Paul, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Expected hazards include
All right.
size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Source: train spotters reported. The following impacts are expected.
So looking at the pattern here, as this line starts to develop more to the south,
The roof, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to
are we out of showers and thunderstorms for the night for the metro? No.
locations impacted
Now,
include Minneapolis,
are we going to see a lot more going on? Probably not.
Cottage Grove, Inver Grove Heights, Roseville, Oakdale, Shoreview, Montana Lake,
It's trying to.
South St. Paul, West St. Paul, Stillwater, Hudson, Vadnais Heights, Mendota Heights, Lake Elmo, and Lana Medai. Anyone outdoors should move to shelter inside a well-built structure
Another
away from windows.
Okay.
This storm has produced dangerous hail and is capable of producing damaging winds. Torrential rainfall is also occurring with this storm and may lead to flash flooding.
Okay. Bear with me here.
A new severe thunderstorm
Carver, Scott,
warning
and
has been
Sibley.
issued.
All right. South Metro. Belle Plaine up towards Carver, Jordan, Prior Lake, Credit River, Elko, New Market. Congratulations.
New
You get a severe
information.
thunderstorm warning.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And at the same time, we get an update on our warning up here in Washington, Ramsey, and Dakota counties too.
Lee County, southeastern Carver County, Scott County until 9:15 p.m. At
25 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Belle Plaine, or 33 miles southeast of Hutchinson, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Expected hazards include ping-pong ball-size hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail damage to roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Burnsville, Shakopee, Savage, Prior Lake, Dew Prague, Belle Plaine, Jordan, Carver, Elko New Market, Credit River, Helena, Marystown, St. Benedict, Minnesota Valley State Recreation Area, and Minnesota Valley State Rec Area. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows.
All right. So, at the same time, we also got an update for our storm over Oakdale, 8 miles east of St. Paul, moving east at 35, 60 mile an hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And so that is that same storm that was moving and had quite a bit for more. And that's so it's over Oakdale, moving towards Lake Elmo, Hudson, Afton and Stillwater, and that will continue moving along and just north of 94, kind of the 94 US 12 corridor there. So Roberts, Warren, Hammond, and Baldwin, you'll be next in line for this. It'll pass north of Kinnickinnick. Hudson, you're also going to be in the path of this. Lakeland as well. So, do have another cell trying to get going. It looks like it's building up quite nicely over the airport, which is, I'm sure, a joy to the people at the airport. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning now for Sibley, Carver, and Scott counties. And it's looking, I mean, we've got plenty of showers and thunderstorms back here. All the way back to Wilmer, to Granite Falls, to Montevideo. But if you look further upstream, you notice you can see a kind of a northwest push here. See how the echoes are kind of moving more to the southeast. And I'm trying to motion to my screen and see, get you guys to see it. If you can see it here, you can see everything kind of moving this way. And that's what's going to slowly push this area of heavy rain south. But East Metro, you're in it. West Metro, quiet for the moment. South Metro, Sibley, Carver, Scott counties. The biggest area of concern is going to be the area right north of Belle Plaine, moving towards Jordan and Credit River, towards Lakeville eventually. That will move into Dakota County. And a lot of rain out here. McLeod County moving into the rest of Carver County as well. Western Hennepin County, you're about to get some more rain too, out towards Loretto, Medina, Mound, and Greenfield, with the area of storms moving in from McLeod County and Wright County.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And they just updated that warning again for the East Metro. I'm surprised they did not clear Dakota, but I'm also not. All right, Lake Elmo is where that storm is located now, moving east at 35. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and half-dollar-sized hail and torrential rain. So 1 1/4 inch hail observed, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust observed. So
a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, I'd say I'm surprised at Duell and Hamlin County, South Dakota, getting issued as tornado warning, but it's happened so many times in the last couple of months. I'm just like, oh yeah, them again. Yep. That cell that's producing this, that's generated this warning, it's up here by Castlewood, which is a storm that's slowly crawled from Watertown. That storm's just been poking right along. So they're worried about the portion of the cell out by Lake Elmo, but they didn't clear Dakota County. I think it's because of this activity down here by the airport. They're going to keep this northern bump of Dakota County. So Mendota Heights, Sunfish Lake to Inver Grove to West St. Paul to South St. Paul, you're in that severe thunderstorm warning still. South Washington County, down towards Cottage Grove, over towards Afton, Lake St. Croix, down towards Basswood Grove. Quiet, but for now, but it's coming. Don't worry. You don't want what's coming. So, looking to see. Kind of keeping an eyeball here on what's what and where. I'm trying to decide. Trying to get a feel for it.
A new flash flood warning.
Flash flood warning for Ramsey and Washington counties. I'd like to say I'm surprised, but I'm not. Okay, so what I am going to do, though, okay, so bear with me here for just one moment. I'm going to switch audio sources here, and I apologize. This is probably going to sound like crap, but oh, there we go. That actually sounds really good. I'm surprised.
spotters reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 0.5 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Flash flooding is already occurring. Expected hazards include flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: train spotters reported. The following impacts are expected: flash flooding of small creeks and
So, all right, so what we're looking at now is a flash flood warning in the metro. And that's going to run from Arden Hills, New Brighton, down to Roseville, Falcon Heights, towards Hamlin, University of St. Thomas, across St. Paul. It does not cover Dakota County. It will go across through Pig's Eye, St. Paul Downtown Airport, the north side of, well, northern Woodbury, so north of Afton Road. And that will go over to Lake St. Croix Beach to Lakeland. And then that will go all the way up to Stillwater, over to Grant, Matamidi, White Bear Lake, and Vadnais Heights, back to Shoreview, Arden Hills, and New Brighton. And that is for a half an inch to an inch and a half of rain that has already fallen, and the possibility of another inch that could fall with this as well. So they did say that there was flash flooding reported. I have not seen that report yet. It's not to say that it's not there. But because normally it would show up as a flash. You'd see a little marker for a flood, and I don't see it yet. Okay. Non-thunderstorm wind damage report from 3 miles west-northwest.
New information. This
Or
severe
Mendota.
considerable destructive
Multiple trees down,
thunderstorm
taking
warning
power
has
lines with
been
time based
updated.
on radar. Interesting. Okay.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So we have an update on our warning out here in Lyon and Lincoln County, Minnesota. If I can not click on Marshall's report. There we go. And that is still in effect for storms along the line from 8 miles south of Renville to near Cottonwood to near Hendricks, moving southeast at 20. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's been kind of the story with these warnings out here in general. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning out here for several counties. Northwestern Renville, southeastern Chippewa, southeastern Lac-Qui-Parle, and eastern Yellow Medicine counties. Severe thunderstorm over Clarkfield, or 15 miles
New
south of
information.
Montevideo,
This severe
and that is moving to the
thunderstorm warning has
southeast.
been updated.
And that will eventually move into the areas around Redwood Falls, Delhi, towards Wood Lake and Olivia. And we just got the update on the severe thunderstorm warning that is now just Washington County. 1 1/4 inch hail, so half dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Near Afton, 13 miles east of St. Paul, moving east at 35. If it's near Afton, moving east at 35, why did you not issue that for St. Croix County? Because that would be... Okay, so Kinnickinnick, town of Warren, River Falls to Woodville, south of Wilson. Areas along and south of 94 in St. Croix County. You are next in line for the severe thunderstorm that's moving over Afton right now. The severe thunderstorm warning does run all the way up from Matamidi, Delwood, all the way up to Stillwater, almost up to Arcola, and then all the way back down to Cottage Grove and Basswood Grove. But the core of the storm really is moving around the area of Afton and Lake St. Croix Beach. So that will head out towards the town of Troy. That will move in towards Kinnickinnick. The YMCA Camp St. Croix in the path of that, as well as along St. Croix Beach, Lake St. Croix Beach and Lakeland Shores. Still have our severe thunderstorm warning down here as well, covering a lot of Scott County. East Central Sibley, southeastern Carver and Scott County until 9:15. That storm is moving east at 30 with ping pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So I have a lot going on in the metro. I mean, it comes and it goes. It'll be quiet, and then it gets really busy, and then it gets quiet again. Like every time I say it gets quiet, it gets busy. Eventually, I'll learn not to say that. But looking at the overall structure and flow of things, there are still some cells blowing up. You can see one little cell out here towards Wayzata, out here at 12 and 101, just getting going, but that's just going to dump some heavy rains. But let's look at the area up here. Let's look at Highway 12. That'll be a good marker line. So we'll go from Wilmer to Litchfield, back out here to Montrose towards Plymouth, 394 Minneapolis, and out towards Hudson. Except for this area we have over Washington County right now, everything north of 12 is pretty subsevere and mostly just some embedded heavy rain. Most of the severe weather and most of the strong winds are going to be south of Highway 12 and really moving down towards the Highway 212 corridor here pretty quick. So areas from Clear Lake in South Dakota, all the way back over towards Granite Falls, Olivia, Hector, Brownson, towards Norwood Young America, Carver, to Burnsville, to Hastings, and south. You're going to be the ones that are getting the most of this right now. And they did just update our warning, tripping out Sibley County. You're out of it now. So southeastern Carver and Scott counties. The storm is located over Jordan, moving east at 30, ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that will move through Burnsville, Shakopee, Savage, Prior Lake, New Prague, Belle Plaine, Jordan, Carver, Elko New Market, Credit River, Helena, Marystown, St. Benedict, and the Minnesota Valley State Rec Area, and the Minnesota Valley State Rec Area as well. They have two different markers. Nice. There's two separate parts of it. So there's one area down here, and there's another part up here. That's why they have it listed twice. Just as a point of interest as to why they listed it twice. But as I was pointing out, north of US 12 here, so it's pretty quiet. So from the Minneapolis area west along 12, if you're north of 12, it's quieting down. West of Minneapolis, if you're north of 36, and you're not in Washington County, you're okay. North of 36 in Washington County, it is very, very wet. You're getting a torrential downpour right now. Most of the lightning has moved off into St. Croix County up around Somerset towards Star Prairie and New Richmond, but there is still some back up there towards Arcola. But north of 36 in Washington County, it's going to quiet down here pretty quick. Still getting some redevelopment down here in far northern Dakota County, far southeastern Hennepin County, down towards the airport, Minneapolis International, over towards Sunfish Lake, Mendota, Lilydale, and off towards Woodbury. We do still have that severe thunderstorm warning for southern Washington County, south of the areas along Highway 96 and south to Cottage Grove, down towards Lake Basswood Grove and the Cedar St. Croix neighborhood, north of Prescott in Wisconsin. And that is for 1 1/4 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That warning does expire in 5 minutes. I will be interested to see if they issue this as a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm moving into St. Croix County. So like areas around River Falls, Kinnickinnick, up towards Roberts and Martell Spring Valley, or if they'll issue a new severe thunderstorm warning, because right now it looks like that area is really weakening out. There's still some strength to it, but it's north of 94. If you're in the area around Roberts towards Richmond and New Richmond, you're in the strongest area right now, but even that does not look terribly severe. Now, looking at this area up here, down towards the airport, moving north, that's an interesting... It formed over the airport and it's now moving up towards...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been
the
issued.
St. Paul area and down up towards Minneapolis and 94 in the Riverside neighborhood, which was not where I would have expected that to be going.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Will not be surprised here in the next few minutes when they drop Carver County from the severe thunderstorm warning, leaving just Scott County in it. And that's for areas around Jordan towards Prior Lake, Cedar Lake, Credit River, and Elko New Market. Eventually that will head over into Dakota County towards Burnsville, Apple Valley, Lakeville, and out here along 35 south of the split. Otherwise, Granite Falls towards Hanley Falls, back out here towards Canby, you are finally out of the severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorm warning is still in play for Lyon and Lincoln counties, down here towards Marshall, back towards Ivanhoe, up towards Cottonwood and Minneota. But that is issued by Sioux Falls. That is mostly for the outflow from these storms to the north. Still some strong storms that are in play. They're still moving from Wood Lake, Cottonwood, up towards Granite Falls. Not looking severe, but just looking like some very torrential rains with these. And just going to double check because I don't see... All I see is a flood advisory for Traverse and Big Stone counties. I don't see the rest of it, which doesn't make any sense because they did extend that flash flood warning for Stevens County. Yeah, it's still there. Stevens County, so Morris, you're in a severe flash flood warning until 10 o'clock. Thought that was the case. And then we do still also have a flash flood warning in the metro, and that is for areas around St. Paul to Maplewood, to Woodbury, to Roseville, Oakdale, Shoreview, all the way down to Lake Elmo, Arden Hills, Vadnais Heights, Bayport, Mahtomedi, Afton, and North St. Paul. So most of the south half of Washington County, so from White Bear over towards just north of Stillwater, so basically Stillwater to Mahtomedi to White Bear, back to Arden Hills, south to St. Paul, to the north side of Woodbury, north of about Valley Creek, and over towards Lakeland Shores and Lakeland. There's a flash flood warning here, and that will run until 12:30 a.m. Would not be surprised to see a flash flood warning down here in Sibley area, Sibley County, Carver County, Scott County, just because they are starting to get some redevelopment moving over the same areas over and over. And we're getting some more redevelopment up here in northeastern Hennepin County as well, starting to get a little lightning and thunder here. Which is great unless you're trying to stay awake and do a live stream, and then it's like, okay, light rain, gentle thunder, time to fall asleep, but not yet. And that severe thunderstorm warning for Woodbury County, I knew I was going to do it, Washington County has been allowed to expire. I don't see a special weather statement going out into St. Croix County. Let me just double check that. I turned those off earlier because it was getting really complicated to figure out what was going on and see what was happening. They did not extend that out. So there was no special weather statement, no severe thunderstorm warning into St. Croix County. Just some heavy rain and possibly some small hail. Same thing going on with this activity that's bubbling over far southeastern Hennepin County, southern Ramsey County into northern Dakota County and southern Washington County. Nothing severe, just strong winds and some small hail possible and some heavy rain. Most of the heavy rain now is really starting to get south of Highway 7. I thought it was going to stay south of 12 for a while, but it's already dropped south of 7. So if you're in Watertown, South Dakota, over towards Dawson, to Montevideo, to Clarus City, towards Hutchinson, Luster Prairie, over towards Eden Prairie, Flying Cloud Airport, Edina, and south. Primarily, you are out of the heavy rain. There's one pocket of heavy rain left in southeastern Kandiyohi County towards Atwater, down towards Lake Lillian and Cosmos. That area is weakening, but it does still have some heavy rain in it. Beyond that, the only severe thunderstorm warning in the metro is for Scott and Carver counties down here by Jordan, moving towards Credit River, Prior Lake, and Cedar Lake and Elko New Market. And that is for 1 inch hail and 1.5 inch hail actually, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is a radar indicated storm, so there's been no spotter reports of any hail larger than 1 inch down there. So that is good. Otherwise, it has quieted down quite nicely. While we've got a bit of a breather in the metro, let's take a look at the forecast for tomorrow, if we dare. Because it's not pretty either. It really isn't. Tomorrow's just as sticky and disgusting as today was. So looking at tomorrow, sunny, high again around 90. West winds will shift northeast in the afternoon. Sounds great, right? Wrong. Showers and thunderstorms Monday night. Thunderstorms after midnight. Some thunderstorms may be severe with damaging winds. Locally heavy rainfall possible in the evening. Lows in the upper 60s. 90% chance of precip overnight on Monday night. Tuesday, mostly sunny. A 50% chance of thunderstorms in the morning. High in the low 80s. North winds 5 to 10. Cloud over Tuesday night. That's the reinforcing front coming through. Low 60s for a low. And then from there, let's celebrate. Wednesday through Sunday looks to be mostly sunny, mostly clear skies. High temperatures only in the upper 70s and lows in the upper 50s and low 60s. So we're going to get a little tease of fall here after just a few days of just sticky, disgusting weather. So looks to be a great weekend next weekend if you've got outdoor plans. So something to look forward to. I was trying to figure out why the boundary's still red. We still have a tornado warning out here in South Dakota. Okay. to be able to see all the warnings in the areas around us, I can't just say certain counties. I have to enable the whole weather office. So I see everything from Marshfield and Reedsburg, Wisconsin, all the way down to Dubuque, Waterloo, Iowa Falls, back to Sioux City, over here to Platte and Lake Andes and Chamberlain and Aberdeen, and back out to Pierre and Mobridge, all the way up to Devil's Lake and all the way over to Grand Marais. So it gets a little cluttered sometimes in the display, and it's like, well, you know, we don't care about those counties. I mean, we do. They don't want severe weather any more than we do, but when you're focusing on the Twin Cities Metro and the St. Cloud Metro, it gets a little confusing when all of a sudden you start seeing county names. It's like, wait a second. That's one of our... Oh, no, it's not. Never mind. Washington County, Iowa, not Washington County, Minnesota. Big difference. But taking a look at what we've got right now, with that flash flood warning in Ramsey and Washington County, we have our severe thunderstorm warning down here, and that is just Scott and Carver County now. And for those of you back in Carver County, the strongest part of the storm has moved over the river and is now moving through Jordan up towards Prior Lake and Credit River. Do you have another stronger area of development from Hamburg down towards Green Isle, down towards Jessen Land? That could produce some small hail and definitely some heavy rains. But beyond that, it is turning quickly into a heavy rain threat across most of south central Minnesota. And that area from Granite Falls to Marshall, all the way across through the South Metro, and in time all the way over here to Rosemount to Northfield to Faribault, be heavy rains through the night. And eventually this will die down and it'll flare back up tomorrow.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
And here's our Duell and Hamlin County tornado warning getting updated. Oh, make it go away. Over Esteline, New Dempster, yep. Right in here. This area, I don't know if it's Aberdeen is just trigger happy to issue warnings out here, but this area around Toronto to Brant to Clear Lake, Castlewood, Esteline, this area right in here just seems to get an awful lot of tornado warnings. And was it a month ago, I think we were live? And this area up here around Revillo, Albany down in here, this area towards west of Marietta, this area just got pounded. And that actually wound up being a kind of a sleeper EF3 tornado out there that looked like it on radar, but it didn't really, it moved so slowly that it really didn't do much damage, but where it was, it did a lot of damage. It was ground scour and substantial tree damage, but not a lot of structural damage, thankfully. Yeah, as I look at these storms out here along Highway 212, moving down into the Highway 19 corridor over New Prague, back towards Gaylord, towards Redwood Falls, they're producing a lot of rain, but they're not severe. They're not showing signs of being severe, and anything, they show the signs of weakening somewhat, which, given the fact that we're now getting very close to sunset, I guess we did pass sunset, didn't we? It's only 8:51. Okay. Since it's sunset, we're starting to cool off in the lower atmosphere, starting to stabilize. I think this last little gasp out here in Carver County, or Scott County rather, Scott County is going to be it. The flash flood warning that'll have to run its course up here in Washington and Ramsey County, but other than that, we have Stevens County in a flash flood warning. We have a flood warning for Stevens and Traverse and Big Stone counties out here by Graceville and Clinton up towards Jordan, be to the west of Chokeio out here to the east of Browns Valley. And then Lincoln and Lyon counties, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning for areas north of Marshall, back towards Ivanhoe, along and north of 19
New
there.
information. This severe thunderstorm
And they have dropped
warning
Carver
has been
County now. It's
updated.
just Scott County for that severe thunderstorm warning. 1.5 inch hail, quarter-sized hail, radar indicated, with damage to vehicles expected. And so that is this area. And if you look, you can kind of see a little bit of purplish area right in here, south and east of Jordan. That would be that hail core. And let's see if I can Some of the products have gotten behind here, so. Yeah, that's way behind. Oh my God. That's an hour behind. Holy cow. That's not going to help. Not at all. And this product is EcoTops. This is just showing how tall the thunderstorms are. Get some stronger development out here towards New Auburn, Glencoe, some taller cells. Same thing at Southern Katy, Ojai County. Got some big tall cells out here to the west of Granite Falls. And then, of course, we have the big mess out here by Watertown. Those storms are easily getting up into 60,000 foot land. So very, very, very strong storms out there. If you look at it from Sioux Falls, the same thing. And there's those stronger storms out here. Here's that area out here by Jordan, and then that area back towards Norwood Young America, down towards Green Isle. And if we look over here, Somerset towards Grant, in northern Washington County and in northwestern St. Croix County, those are our tallest thunderstorms. It's hard to tell when you get close to the radar. You kind of get that bullseye around where it says KMPX. That is just because the radar beam does not look flat. It looks up slightly. So it sees up, but it can't see the surface. So you just kind of look up the staircase, so to speak.
Warning, a new special event has been reported.
All right, and is that the update? Ugh, can't hit the right button to save my life today. Flood warning for parts of northeastern South Dakota, including Cottington County, which is going to include Watertown. Surprise, surprise. Watertown's been getting absolutely hammered most of the evening. So let's go back and look at normal stuff. So St. Croix County, you've got a stronger cell between New Richmond and Roberts. That is moving off towards Glenwood City. They'll eventually move up towards Cylon as well. If it stays on this present course, it will move up probably just to the south of Prairie Farm, up towards Sand Creek, and follow Wisconsin 64 there along the top of the Dunn County line and the St. Croix County line. I don't think it will get far enough north to make it to Chetek or to Barron. Maybe New Auburn, possibly Bloomer, but that's about it there. Otherwise, we have our flash flood warning, Ramsey and Washington counties, and our Scott County severe thunderstorm warning down here from Cedar Lake up to Prior Lake, moving towards Credit River and Elko New Market. We've got a little bit heavier cells, just some torrential rain falling out here from areas around Norwood Young America down along the river down to Henderson and towards Le Sueur. Another pocket of heavy rain up here between Hector, Gibbon, and Fairfax. And then another one northwest of Redwood Falls, back towards Woodlake, Echo, Delhi, up towards Sacred Heart, Renville, Danube, and Olivia. And then from beyond that, it's general showers and thunderstorms. We have some rain up here, up into, I say into Chisago County and Noka County. Even up here in Wright and northern Hennepin County, we're getting a little bit of light rain and occasional lightning, but nothing severe at all. Otherwise, don't know if they're going to carry the severe thunderstorm warning over into Dakota County. I suspect they will not, but I've said that before and gotten bit, and they could also issue a new one for this activity coming into the western end of Scott County as well. Which, given that little pucker south of Blakely, they might. Let's see what we got here. Maybe not. All right. So, at this moment, we're going to watch this warning out here in Scott County. We're going to watch this area moving into far western Scott County, south of Belle Plaine, between Belle Plaine and Henderson along 169, out towards the big candy shop, which I have not heard where they're moving to yet. I was surprised that they were moving, but then they're going to try to expand 169 for some reason that only MnDOT knows. I mean, it needs it, and that area needs a lot of help, but I don't know how taking the big yellow candy store out was going to help. But otherwise, it is nice and quiet. I don't see it. I don't, as I watch this and as I interrogate some other products off in the distance, so to speak, I don't see a new severe thunderstorm warning coming into play for western Scott County. The warning that as it stands now in eastern Scott County, I don't see it getting reissued once it moves into Dakota County. And I could even see them canceling this early. So right now it looks like, knock on wood, we are going to quiet down here. Just look at the Storm Prediction Center. They are clearing out a good chunk of real estate here. As of 3 minutes ago, they were saying the severe weather threat continues to the right of a line. And this is where I get to play map maker here. Oh, I just hit it for myself too. Shoot. So from 40 miles northwest of Watertown, South Dakota, so roughly up here between Webster and Clark in South Dakota. And then that's going to run to 40 miles northwest of Redwood Falls, so out here. So you notice we got that kind of dip there, kind of following the line. And then to 30 southeast of St. Cloud, so all the way back up here towards Elk River, Orac, Becker, this area. And then 40 northeast of Minneapolis International, so out here. So they are keeping Wright, Hennepin, and Anoka County in the watch at this point. But, yeah, so Carver, Dakota, Hennepin, Ramsey, Wright, Washington. So, yeah, the 7-county metro is in. Wisconsin, Pierce, and St. Croix are still in. So Stevens County is out. Pope is out. Grant is out. So yeah, we're going to clear out some counties up here. Traverse and Big Stone, I believe, are out. Yes. Okay, so this area up here, Morris, Glenwood, Wheaton to Ortonville, you are out of the watch. You have been dropped. Swift County has been dropped as well, as has Candiyohi, as has Meeker. So wow, Litchfield, Wilmer, Benson to Appleton to Ortonville to Sisseton, north. You are cleared from the severe thunderstorm watch at this time. Wright, Anoka, Hennepin, you're still in. Washington, Ramsey, the rest of the metro you're in. Pierce and St. Croix you're in. All of southern Minnesota, so the areas, Sioux Falls, up towards Brookings, over to Faribault and Albert Lee, it's just not gotten to you yet. You're still in the watch. Would not be surprised if that got reissued, but at the same time I could also see it just getting dropped. Let's see what we've got going on here. Okay. Okay. So this loosely organized mess that we're in has kind of wobbled its way through the metro now. Is expected to hold together and keep dropping south and southeast.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This poor little warning out here for Brule County, South Dakota. All by its little lonesome out here. Is there anything else around it? Or is it just that? It's just those two storms. Okay. Okay. It's got one out here by Westington Springs and one by Chamberlain, but that's it. Still have our remnants of our warning out here in Scott County. Yeah, they're going to keep that going for a little bit longer, I think. Yeah, they just updated it a few minutes ago. 6 east of Jordan, moving east at 30. Quarter-sized hail and winds less than 50 miles an hour, so it's strictly a hail threat at this point, which is good. I mean, hail's bad enough, but at least it's not wind-driven hail. All right, so keep an eye on this for a little while longer. Not much longer, though. Because unless something starts to pop up and they kind of intimate they're going to bring this warning over into Dakota County, then have to follow with it. Otherwise, there's still have a flash flood warning across central Washington County and most of Ramsey County. And that is for areas north of Woodbury to Lake St. Croix Beach in Washington County, from Delwood to almost Arcola in the north side of Washington County there. And then areas south of White Bear Lake to Arden Hills to New Brighton, all the way down to Lilydale, St. Paul, and towards Landfall. That area, you are in that flash flood warning. Otherwise, just heavy rain and storms moving through. Yeah, unless something radically changes here, keep an eye on this warning in Scott County. Once it expires or is canceled, probably keep an eye on this for a few more minutes, then we'll probably wrap it up for the evening. And then we will start to prepare for tomorrow's coverage, because it looks like tomorrow's going to be a repeat of today. It'll be interesting to see how that wind shift happens and when it happens. Because that's going to be a cold front moving through, and I don't know if it's going to completely move through. They're trying to bring it through the metro entirely, and I'm not sure. I'm not sold that we're going to get there. Just looking at some of these stations across southern Minnesota: Slayton, Windham, St. James, Mankato, Madison Lake, all reporting northerly winds. Even Tracy's got a north wind, New Ulm northeast. But the rest of the area down here is all south wind, southeast wind. What you're seeing is you're starting to see some outflow from this, and these storms are starting to begin to push south. And so what's happening is, as they press forward, it compresses the air. And if you look at these stations, you'll see that a lot of them are reporting pressure rising rapidly, which is because that air is getting compressed. Windham. Now, I saw Mankato did. Maybe it's just Mankato. No, maybe it was just Cato. Yeah, pressure rising rapidly. Wind shift at 41 minutes after the hour. So that's actually outflow. That's what, yeah, okay, that is outflow. I can see it now. They look. It's right here. Hello, Thunder. Apparently we are not quite out of this yet.
A special event has been updated.
Advisory updated. Okay.
Warning, a special event has been updated.
I don't think that heat advisory is going to... They extended it further down in here because they have not gotten the storms yet. They have not gotten any relief from the heat yet. It's got about 10 minutes left on this warning in Scott County. Otherwise, you got a little thunder and lightning up here. This little finger of storms right here from Anoka to Osseo down towards Plymouth, Mound. That's what we're getting here at Black Sheep. That's why I'm hearing the rain pick up again, a little bit of thunder here and there. But nothing severe at all. This is just a nice sit outside and enjoy some light rain kind of thing. Yeah, it's not much there. Not much at all. All right, so I haven't seen any flash flooding reports out of here yet, so I'm a little surprised. Let's see what... Okay. Okay, so just got a new discussion about the area here from Watertown to west of Minneapolis and south in Minnesota. And peak wind gust at the strongest about 80 mile an hour. Hail size at most 2.5 inches. But not expecting a lot of that. Isolated large hail is how they describe it. Wind damage near some of the more bowing segments. So if you see like areas like right in here, you see how this is kind of bowing out a little bit. You could see some stronger wind there. That kind of a curving structure. Another one out here, south of Clear Lake, South Dakota. But otherwise, we're quieting down quite nicely. Let's switch radar sites real quick. I want to look at this activity out here. Yeah. I was looking at it 2 different radar sites, and yeah, you got a bit of a hail core here. North of between Prior Lake and Cedar Lake. That's out here on 19. Actually, that's kind of here at 23, and I forgot 19 turns. But not a lot out there otherwise. So if you're out Critter River towards Lakeville, Apple Valley, Farmington, Rosemount, I don't even know if the storm's going to make it that far north to make it up towards County Road 42. I just realized I lumped some areas in there. Probably shouldn't have. Yeah. You might see some of just the far northern bit of it there.
New information.
Realistically, Lakeville, Farmington, down towards Empire, Hampton, following along Minnesota 50 there. And that'll even come across. Is that County Road 50 now? Yeah, it's up until 3, it's Minnesota 50, then it becomes County Road 50 over to Lakeville. Then County Road 70 up to 35. And that's kind of where that general corridor of slightly elevated hail sizes is, but otherwise it is quieting down. I don't see a new warning getting issued out here in St. Croix County. I don't see anything coming out of this activity in southern Washington County, just heavy rain. Don't see much happening with activity in Scott County that's now moving into Dakota County. And everything else farther to the west, you got some lightning, you got some heavy rain, but that's it. So, just waiting to see what they do with the Scott County warning. Hopefully they'll make it go away soon. I'm not counting on it. Okay. Hey, we're back to orange. We have no tornado warnings at the moment.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
About time. Got multiple outflow boundaries now. Boy, Mankato. 33 gusting to 40. Okay. Oops. Okay. Okay. Just looking to see if I can see any reports of flooding. And I'm not seeing anything. Just looking at the MnDOT site, nothing. So, in Nobles. And it's that storm that we're looking at here over New Richmond. Okay. Okay. Oh, please fix the weather radio voice. I am so sick of hearing unsecured objects. Objects? Not objects, objects. There are times. We all have our little hills to die on. That would be one of them. Yeah, I think. Okay. It's the time of the night where I start getting a little snippy. I gotta watch myself. Okay. It is cooler outside than it is in the studio here. That's unusual. Okay. I'm gonna do one more quick deep dive into some of this. Yeah, I didn't think so. And I didn't think so. Okay. And that was the Scott County warning going away. It just got dropped. Woohoo! All right, so aside from our flash flood warning for Ramsey and Washington counties, there are no warnings in the Twin Cities Metro or the St. Cloud area. Even going farther out, the closest severe thunderstorm warning right now is all the way out here in South Dakota. So right now, Minnesota, we are severe thunderstorm warning free. There are heavier showers and thunderstorms down here from New Prague towards St. Peter, back all the way back to Marshall, and even all the way back into Montevideo and back towards Canby. Those are going to continue moving south and east. They will produce some lightning, they will produce some heavy rain, but likely isolated severe at best. There is a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 1 o'clock. So the possibility is there. The likelihood is not as high as it was a few hours ago. If you're in Dakota County, in Apple Valley, Lakeville, down towards Castle Rock, you're about to get some thunder and lightning and rattling around. Some heavy rain, but that's about it. Oh, of course.
A new severe thunderstorm warning
I said
has
it.
been issued.
I bloody said it again.
Northfield, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Expected hazards include half-dollar size hail. This is a radar-indicated threat. The following impacts are expected. Damage to vehicles is expected. Locations impacted include Lakeville, Hastings, Rosemount, Farmington, Cannon Falls, Elko New Market, Credit River, Castle Rock, Hampton, Randolph, Vermilion, Coates, New Trier, and Lakeville Airport. Seek shelter inside a well-built structure and stay away from windows.
All right. Oh, I will try to contain my absolute enthusiasm for this. And I have done it again. I have summoned the weather deities and have
Warning,
gotten
a new
a
special event has
new
been
severe
reported.
thunderstorm warning now for far southeastern Scott County into a good deal of southern Dakota County. So Credit River to Elko New Market through Farmington over to Coates, Empire, Hampton, and Cannon Falls now under a severe thunderstorm warning. And we did just get a new flood warning farther back out here. I have to wait for it to draw in. It's one of those where I see it faster than anything else. Do you still have a severe thunderstorm warning? Oh, good grief. Flash flood warning in Stevens County. So Morris, that area, you guys are under a flash flood warning until 10. Until 12:45 a.m., there is a flood warning for Traverse and Big Stone counties. This area around Graceville, Johnson, down towards Clinton, and the Trinity Lutheran Country Church. That area just absolutely got washed over multiple rounds of storms today. So the Aberdeen Weather Office has issued that flood warning there. And I'm waiting to see where this flood warning comes in. Or this flash flood warning comes in, if it does. I'm starting to have my doubts about this all of a sudden. Let's see if I can force it to refresh it. Or did I turn them off? It's also possible. Hydro. Flood warnings are on. Okay. It's a flood advisory, not a flood warning. That's why. Okay, flood advisory. There it is. That's a flood warning. Okay, what the hell? Okay, Jane Hassan showed it. There's a flood warning. Okay, it is a flood warning. It's that one. Okay. Okay, so I had to find it. I wasn't looking for it. I was looking for something else. So minor flooding is forecast on the Minnesota River at Montevideo from Tuesday morning until further notice. Currently at 12.8 feet as of 8 o'clock tonight. Flood stage is 14, and with all the rain upstream here towards Benson, Appleton, that's just going to drive the Minnesota River higher. That eventually will move its way down through the system. And in a week or so, we'll see it here in the South Metro. Still have our $half sized hail threat with winds below 50 miles an hour moving across Dakota County and far eastern Scott County. Oh, they did drop Scott. Okay. Yeah, I'm really There's two different radar programs I have access to. I like the one that I'm using, except it seems to have some data issues with it. Sometimes just decides it does not want to pull in data the most efficient way it can. So I'm going to see if I can switch this real quick. Aha. Let's try that. Might be a COD error. Okay. All right, so I'm not. For those of you in Ramsey County and Washington County in that flash flood warning, you do have some more showers coming through. Vadnais Heights to Little Canada, Roseville, New Brighton. Not terribly heavy, but could be just enough to aggravate the flooding that's already there. Got a line of stronger showers and storms from Carver to Jordan to New Prague to Montgomery, right down the Minnesota 2113 corridor there. And it looks like we did just get a report of 1-inch hail at 50, County Road 50 and 35, just northwest of there, by the Walmart and the Aldi, if you know where those are, by Porterhouse Steaks, just to the southwest of Lake Marion. But that is all we have. That one flash flood warning and the one warning out here in the South Metro across Dakota County. Beyond that, it is quieting down quite nicely. At this point, I could be here till 3 in the morning doing this for the occasional onesie-twosie warning that appears, but the organized severe weather threat is not there at this point. It's going to be more of the occasional, oh, the storm's producing 1-inch hail for 5-10 minutes, or it produces a few 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but that's it. Which I think is also going to be the case here in Dakota County. I'm waiting to see what Lakeville reports.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been
It'll
updated.
be a little bit. And the weather radio, they're not updating these things. All right. And it is quieting down quite nicely. So if you're watching and you have questions, now is the time to ask. I'm actually going to kill off the weather radio at this point because it's not doing me much. I forgot to actually close it. There we go. Oh, much better. It's not like I'm going to hear much going on. So right now, just going to take a quick overview. Got some heavy rain pockets out here towards Emerald, Ceylon, up towards New Richmond. To the east of Roberts, towards Hammond, Baldwin, moving in towards Woodville. Another little pocket of heavy rain moving into the Afton area right now. Some heavy rain through the Lake Elmo, Woodbury area. And that is right there. Actually, it's more Woodbury, but south of 94 mostly. But a little bit there from Highway 95 west along Manning there. And then pockets of rain showers, they're going to be moving through probably for the next few hours. There are one severe thunderstorm warning down here for 1-inch hail, and not really much wind, it's just some hail threat. Down here, Lakeville, Farmington, did have a 1-inch hail report back here at County Road 50 and 35W. Otherwise, we have some flash flooding threats and some flood warnings out here. In western Minnesota, we have the Montevideo, Minnesota River flood warning. That'll start Tuesday and run until further notice. We have our flood warning for Traverse and Big Stone counties for the heavy rain they had earlier today. And there is a flash flood warning still in effect until 10 o'clock for about another half an hour for Stevens County up here. Morris, Hancock, up towards Donnelly and Alberta. They've had quite a bit of rain today, anywhere between 4 and 7 inches of rain. And that really did fall over a fairly short amount of time. But otherwise, Metro, it's calming down quite nicely. Far South Metro, so areas Shakopee to Carver to Jordan, down towards New Prague, over to Castle Rock, Meesville, to Hastings. You've still got some activity left to go through. But otherwise, we have one stronger cell up north of Hammond, between Hammond and New Richmond. That is slowly chugging off to the east. That will move towards Glenwood City and Boyceville here over the next half an hour. And then we have our severe thunderstorm warning for that cell over Lakeville, moving towards Farmington. That will eventually move off towards Hampton and Empire and New Trier. And eventually it'll make it over to the area around Eder and Meesville. We'll have to see if it makes it that far and if they issue a new warning as it gets that far east. Otherwise, just some pockets of heavy rain and some lightning. Most of the lightning is down around Lakeville. There's a few scattered ground strikes here and there around the New Prague to Montgomery area. A little bit stronger activity from Gaylord back down towards Lafayette to New Ulm. And then from there, you've got to go all the way back to Marshall and Boyd and all the way back out towards Canby to get into lightning. And then there's a few stronger cells that just will not clear out from the area from Watertown to Clear Lake and down towards Toronto and Astoria in South Dakota. That area just has been getting clobbered. Seems like over and over.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Gerald and Sanborn County in South Dakota. I have no idea where those are. There we go, out there, Wessington Streams. Okay. So that's got several counties to go before it would get into Minnesota, but if it did make it to Minnesota, it might clip Pipestone to Worthington at the most. So well outside of our area of concern here at Black Sheep Weather. Primarily, we focus on the area from the Twin Cities Metro into western Wisconsin, the 10-county metropolitan area of the Twin Cities, and then the tri-county of St. Cloud, so Sherburne, Stearns, and Benton counties. We do still have a severe thunderstorm watch, though, that has not verified in the least up here in northern Minnesota. I mean, they've barely had any thunderstorms. I mean, there were a few that blew up between Cook and Ely up here towards and they quickly raced off across the Voyageurs into Cotico Provincial Park in Ontario and have stayed up there. I mean, Thunder Bay is about to get some nice storms, but nothing in Minnesota. I mean, conditions are primed for it. They should have gotten something, but whatever ingredient was missing just never quite came together with it all, and nothing happened. So I'm sure they are quite happy about being a Sunday afternoon. The last thing you want to do is getting a bunch of tourists trying to get back south into the Twin Cities and beyond, getting caught in severe storms and flooding.
New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And they reissued that severe thunderstorm warning for Hamlin, Duell, and Cottington County.
Warning, a special event has been updated.
All right, we have new severe thunderstorm warning in Lyon County. I think it's Lyon. Northeastern Lyon, yeah, Marshall.
Severe thunderstorm warning
moving northeast at 35. So that is that little pocket right there. And it's moving northeast, but even if it were to continue on for the next 6 hours, which is about what it would take to get here to the metro, just for grins, we know it's moving northeast at 35.
New information. This
How
severe
long would it
thunderstorm
take?
warning has been updated.
It would reach the Southwest Metro in 3 hours, if it made it that far. Realistically, it would try to make it up here into the North Metro in about 3.5 hours.
Warning, a special event has been
It's got a
updated.
ways to go, and it's not going to make it. I can tell you that right now. The storm's not going to hold it together. Not coming through this rain-cooled air behind. They did update the Dakota County warning. They did clear Scott County out of it. And it does remain in effect until 10 o'clock, so we have another half an hour left. The storm is 13 miles north of Northfield, or near Lakeville, moving east at 25 with quarter-sized hail. It is capable of producing large hail, but capable is the key word there. It's not been reported. It's a radar-indicated threat at this point. So not a lot. We've got a lot of showers and storms moving south and southeast across southern Minnesota. The areas that look like they might not get anything until after the watch had expired are finally starting to get into it. You notice these storms are starting to really push to the south. They were not really moving along too much, and now they're really starting to move. Which is good, because the more these storms keep moving, the less chance of flash flooding we're going to have out of these. And watching the storm coming into Farmington, between Castle Rock and Rosemount, right there along Minnesota 3, South Robert Trail, I can't say that I see much that really supports holding the severe thunderstorm warning in place. It really does look like it's starting to fall apart. We'll look at it from the Cottage Grove radar since it is so close to it. I mean, there is some heavier rain over Lakeville, but yeah, that's about it. All right, so do we return to regular programming or do we let this go? That is the question. All right, and there's that update. So, all right, we got a lot of counties cleared. So Hennepin, Ramsey, Anoka, Wright, Scott. Sorry, Carver, not Scott. Carver County. And McLeod County, all cleared from the severe thunderstorm watch. Washington County, Ramsey County, no, Washington County, sorry, Washington, Dakota, and Carver. Scott County. God bless it. Why do I keep flipping those around? Scott, Dakota, Washington County, and then Pierce and St. Croix. You are still in the severe thunderstorm watch. Goodhue, Rice, LeSueur, and areas to the west and south, you are still in the watch. That watch is going to remain active until 1 o'clock. So another 2.5 hours here. Until midnight. I can't tell times. My desktop is set for military time, then I start trying to do math in weird hours, and it's like, no, not going to happen. And so as you can see, I'm surprised they did not clear Washington County out of this. I'm not going to question it. I know why. Because at the time they put it all together, this area down here by Afton was probably still in contention to possibly grow and produce something, but it didn't. Here's that activity out here in St. Croix County. We've got part of it moving in towards Prairie Farm and Ridgeland, a little bit of a stronger downpour set from Baldwin back up towards New Richmond. About halfway to New Richmond between Ceylon and Baldwin. If you're on 63, it's going to be one wet, sloppy drive coming down, just pouring rain. Same thing if you are on 52 between Coates and Randolph going towards Cannon Falls. You're about to get into some seriously wet rain. Of course rain is wet. Seriously wet roadways as it just starts torrential downpour rain. Same thing if you're on 50, if you are on Highway 3, or if you're on County Road 23 and County Road 70 and Minnesota 15, County Road 50 out here by Farmington. But otherwise, yeah. We've got our severe thunderstorm warnings and our flash flood warnings out here in South Dakota. We have our one lone outlier Lyon County severe thunderstorm warning for Marshall. They did report 1-inch hail by a train spotter. And that area is moving towards Cottonwood and Dudley down towards Emeret. And that is moving towards the east-southeast. So areas along 67 between Lucan to Vesta to Echo, up towards Wood Lake, and even down towards Walnut Grove. You guys will be in the path of this. Redwood Falls in maybe an hour and 15 minutes, you guys might see this. But given you've already had a good round of storms go through, it may help to tamper down the strength of these storms. If you've had storms go through already, you're probably not going to see severe storms afterwards. Just because that cold air that's left over from the storms that went through really does a job on weakening out what's behind it. 25 minutes left on our Dakota County warning here. Radar indicated quarter-sized hail. Okay. Oh. Oh yeah, that area is really starting to expand and grow to the south. You can see it just push. I mean, this loop is only 20 minutes long. And you can see just how quickly this area, down here from Faribault to south of Mankato, back towards St. James, how quickly that develops to the south and goes south. Okay, so flash flood warning for Ramsey and Washington counties. I've not gotten an update from that from the Weather Service on that one. Waiting to see if we get an update on this severe thunderstorm warning for Dakota County, 9:15, so 20 minutes ago. Temperature was down to 75 in Lakeville. That would be the storm going through. Otherwise, I'll have to wait and see what they do with this. I'm not even going to say that they're not going to reissue it. I know better. At this point, if I say they're not going to do anything with it, it'll wind up doing something. So I'm fully expecting the area from Oak Grove towards Meadsville, Welch, Red Wing, and possibly even over into Pierce County getting a new warning with this. Northern Goodhue. And somebody used to ask what the scoop is on the Black Sheep mascot. He's not. He's actually not even up. Where's Mr. Black Sheep? Where's he at? Oh no. There he is. I knew he was supposed to be in there somewhere. I just am buried one layer too deep. There he is. There's our friendly Mr. Sheep. Actually, that's a they sheep, but the black
New
sheep is
information.
just for that
This severe
because, well, I'm
thunderstorm
kind of the black
warning
sheep of
has
the
been
family,
updated.
and weather kind of goes together. So, update on that Lyon County warning way out here in Lyon County, southwestern Minnesota. 9 miles northeast of Marshall, moving northeast to 30 with quarter-sized hail. And otherwise, we're just watching to see what happens down here in Dakota County. And do a little housekeeping on the back end here. If I can get a couple of things taken care of. Maybe.
New information. This severe thunderstorm
Maybe not.
warning has been updated.
Oh, okay. You're being a pain. I remember that now. Storm cloud sheep. Oh, storm cloud sheep. Oh dear. Stormy the sheep. I think we just got our name for the sheep. Actually, I kind of like Stormy the sheep. That's actually a good one. Okay. Oh, we're starting to get some more outflow dominant development here in this. I see this area from Evergrove Heights down to Gray Cloud Island towards Coates starting to develop more. See a rapid push towards Hampton and Empire there. Tells me that storm is starting to outflow and spread out a little bit. But I do see a bit more of a concentration of heavier rain down here between Farmington and Castle Rock. They eventually move towards Hampton and New Trier. So we'll have to see what that winds up developing, if anything. I don't think it's going to do much. At this point, I mean, there's still plenty of warm, juicy air down here for it to ingest, but it's starting to stabilize pretty quickly. I mean, even out here in front of the storms, temperatures are only in the upper 70s to low 80s now. Dew points are still astronomically high. I mean, Worthington's got an 80-degree dew point. Preston at 77, 75 at Albert Lee. But we're starting to stabilize that lowest level, which starts to elevate the storms, which means that we get less chance of wind coming through and breaking through that stable layer to reach the surface, which means it would leave hail, as our last real danger with these storms. And these storms have not really shown much of a propensity for hail. They've been more of torrential downpours and some heavy wind, some strong wind. But about 20 minutes left, I think, on this warning. 19, close enough. We'll have to see what we get for an update here. Yeah, that storm's really starting to look like it's more outflow.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And new severe thunderstorm warning out here in Murray County for a cell down by Slayton. That's way, way, way out there. And that is for this cell right here, just north of Slayton. Another cell just to its north up here by the lakes, up towards Garvin, Ballatin, and Ruthton, up towards Walnut Grove and Westbrook. But it's a cell right here by Slayton that's got the warning attached to it. Just quick reminders of what we do have going on for flood warnings. Or a flash flood warning for Ramsey and Washington County that runs until midnight. We have a flood advisory, or flood warning rather, that runs for another 3 hours and 3 minutes, so until 12:45 for Traverse and Big Stone County. And for about another 15 minutes, we have a flash flood warning for Stevens County, which would be the area in and around Morris. So other than that, we have our severe thunderstorm warning out here for Southern Dakota County. And that would be areas primarily between Farmington and Castle Rock. But 52 from pretty much from Invergrove Heights and Rosemount all the way down to Hampton is getting into that heavier rain. And that heavy rain will make it all the way to Cannon Falls here in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Otherwise, starting to get to the important questions of the night. What's for dinner? Oh, wait, it's 10 o'clock. I should have had dinner hours ago. Oh, well, that's what live broadcasts do. You don't get to have your dinner. Had lunch about 2 o'clock. It's time for dinner. I'm late. And watching this, if you notice how this all fills in here, really does. From St. James all the way back up into this activity in Dakota County, that's really starting to form a nice little bow there. And it's not a severe bow. It's finally making progress and moving. And, I mean, even Mankato, they reported that wind shift. I mean, they're still getting 45-mile-an-hour winds gusting to 50. And they have reported some rain. Actually, there it is, 500ths of an inch. I don't believe that. Then again, that much wind, it might be kind of hard to get it right. All right, some of the people in chat are saying it's time for dinner for them too. Perfect. I don't feel so bad now. All right, so I'm just going to try to write out this Dakota County warning here. Jane Hassan, you can cancel this warning early anytime you want to. Given the presentation on radar and given the structure and the lack of reports and the decreasing lightning activity, I don't know if we're going to see an addition of a new watch, or a new warning rather, out here into Pierce County, into the eastern parts of Dakota County, south of Hastings and Meesville, and into northern Goodhue County. I don't see it. There may be a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm, but I don't think it'll be a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. Otherwise, we just have some heavy rain producing thunderstorms, I mean torrential downpours really, all along the US 14 corridor here from Tracy to Springfield to Lamberton to Sleepy Eye to New Ulm, back down to Mankato, and all the way over towards Janesville and Waseca. And eventually that will reach all the way over to Owatonna. So it is a dark and stormy night in southern Minnesota. So just going to keep poking up here north into northern Minnesota where they issued that watch, and I'm just like, nothing happened. Absolutely, really nothing happened. Which I find amusing. Normally the Storm Prediction Center is not that far off. At least we'll get 1 or 2 warnings, but there wasn't a single warning that I saw that Duluth issued today. Lakeville, half-mile visibility, heavy rain, 25-mile-an-hour wind gusting to 37. So yeah, that's not severe at all. A little bit of a hail core, it looks like, trying to get established here between Farmington and Castle Rock along 3. That will continue moving off to the east-southeast. That will kind of go right between Hampton and Randolph. Probably scoot just to the north of Cannon Falls. Eventually it'll go towards Vasa and Hay Creek, but otherwise it will stay in mostly rural areas of northern and northeastern Goodhue County. Ooh, excuse me. And we got some more rain about to move into Northwest Metro here. You can see it. It's a little, stayed almost a wave from Cambridge to Elk River to Buffalo, back down towards Hutchinson. You can see it's a little bit of an enhancement there. Nothing at all to get excited about, but probably won't even bring any lightning or thunder with it. Just some rain showers. I'll quickly scoot through. Maybe. Actually, it doesn't look like that area is moving much. Zoom us in here on this area in Dakota County just because that is the only thing we've got cooking in our region. There is nothing going on. Do you see we have a new update from Storm Prediction Center? Yeah, isolated severe threat expected to continue into far southern Minnesota, far southeast South Dakota, northern Iowa for the next few hours. Wind damage and hail. I mean, the instability is just off the charts. I mean, 5,500 joules per kilogram in southeastern South Dakota. I
New
mean,
information.
that
This
is
severe
absolute storm
thunderstorm
fuel
warning
right
has
there.
been updated.
There's shear. I mean, there's speed shear there for sure, but unfortunately, there's a lot of other things happening that are really choking off these storms from being as severe as they could be. So that's good. They did just trim down a lot of that warning in Dakota County. So if you were east of Highway 3, so Rosemount to Farmington to just west of Castle Rock, if you're west of that, so Lakeville, Apple Valley, back down towards Elko New Market, you are out of that warning. And so we're just looking at that eastern part from Coates to Empire to Hampton to Randolph to Castle Rock to Empire. Why is Empire in here twice? There's Empire. Why is Empire over here? Huh. Little things you notice at the strangest times. Sometimes it's amazing what you realize and catch. Yeah, when you're not looking for it. And boy, for those storms that were not moving, they have really just started diving for the Iowa border. I mean, the outflow boundary is already down to I-90, and the storms south of Mankato, I mean, they're already pushing through St. James, down towards Windham, Mapleton, New Richland. They're going to be in Iowa here before maybe an hour, if that long. Two hours, 40 minutes. Why am I not mathing that end time? 12:30, that's why. So I was expecting it to be an even, not an odd. So 12:30 a.m. we still have our flash flood warning for Ramsey and Dakota County. Ramsey and Washington counties. Ramsey and Washington. So areas, Vadnais Heights to Roseville to St. Paul over to Woodbury, Hudson, Stillwater, Matabidi, Dellwood. You are at a flash flood warning here for another 2.5 hours. We have a sliver of a severe thunderstorm warning left down here in eastern Dakota County. I should say south central Dakota County. Coates to Farmington to Castle Rock to Randolph, New Trier, Hampton, Vermilion, Empire. You're all in this warning. And that is for 1-inch hail possible and winds less than 50 miles an hour. And the warning tag does say,
Warning, a new
the
special
warning
event
does say
has been
it
reported.
can produce large hail, but 1-inch hail is not what I call large hail, but ooh, excuse me. Must be Sunday.
New information.
News
This
for
severe
thunderstorm
thunderstorm
warning
warning
for
has been
our
updated.
Favorite little pocket out here in nowhere. How long has this warning been here? I feel like this warning's been in
New
effect
information. This severe thunderstorm
days.
warning has been updated.
Jeez. Now I'm curious if there's been any tracking at all for how, like, the longest time a particular area has been under a severe thunderstorm warning continuously? Because I feel like that area down in Duell, Hamlin, and Cottington County has just been hours and hours and hours and hours. All right.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right. So, I'm kind of running out of words right now, so I'm not really saying a whole lot because there's not really a whole lot to talk about. We have our flash flood warning, Ramsey, Washington counties. We have our remnant of a severe thunderstorm warning out here in Dakota County. Coates to Empire to Hampton to Farmington to Castle Rock to Randolph. And that is for 1 inch hail that expires in 6 minutes. We'll have to see if they extend that farther into eastern Dakota County, Hastings, Meesville, northern Goodhue, like Welch and Red Wing up towards Ellsworth and Pierce County, Wisconsin. I'll be surprised if they do, but at the same time, I kind of expected it at the same time. It's kind of the way the night's been going. It's like every time you think it's not going to do something, it does it. And every time you think it's going to do it, it doesn't.
Warning, a new special
And we have a
event
new
has
flood
been
warning
reported.
again for Stevens County. Because that warning was about to expire, so they've reissued it again.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Do I? All right, Lincoln and Lyon counties in southwest Minnesota. New severe thunderstorm warning. So areas around Minneota to Ivanhoe to Hendricks, Taunton. You are now in a severe thunderstorm warning for 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That will expire in 50 minutes. So that will expire at 10:45. There was something else I was about to look for over here, and I just forgot what it was. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect down here. I want to say Murray County? Yeah. Northeast of Murray County, 7 miles northeast of Slayton, moving northeast at 30, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Start to see a pattern here. It's 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds across a lot of these warnings now. Taking a look at our last couple of minutes here of our Dakota County severe thunderstorm warning. Waiting to see if they reissue it or extend it here. All right. Oh, that's not helping. Sorry about that, everybody. I just realized that half my audio gear was sitting on top of the cooling system for the production computer. I'm like, why is this machine running so warm? Oh, now I know. It's got a fan blocked, partially. All right, so we're down in the last 3 minutes of this severe thunderstorm warning in Dakota County. Looking at this arcing area of rain running from pretty much Rice County and Dakota County east of I-35, and then it picks up again along Minnesota 13, so from New Prague down towards Waseca and west, especially once you get south of New Prague, all the way back towards Sleepy Eye, Springfield, Comfrey, down towards Windham and Mountain Lake. That whole area is just one big mass of thunderstorms and heavy rain, but nothing severe. The only severe weather we have is down here in Murray County and then Lyon and Lincoln County up here north and west of Marshall. That is all we have in Minnesota. There's that new flood warning in Stevens County. That's going to run for 12 hours, so that's going to expire here at 9:45 a.m. Monday. Numerous roads remain closed due to flooding, and it will take several hours for these roads to drain. And so areas in Stevens County have seen anywhere between 3.5 and 6 inches of rain tonight, this afternoon. So they will join in with the 2 hours and 45 minutes remaining on the flood warning in Big Stone and Traverse County. That was issued by Aberdeen, Stevens County, Morris. That's issued by Chanhassen here in the Twin Cities. And not that I'm staring at the clock, but I'm waiting for 10 o'clock to tick over and see what happens with this watch, or this warning. And as I do look at this, I don't think they're going to reissue it. I'll be surprised. Like, I will actually be honestly quite surprised if this gets reissued. And just, there's the warning allowed to expire. You can see this outflow. I mean, this is already out past Menominee. I mean, Elk Mound to Red Cedar to Durand. It's already through Lake City, down through Zumbrota, back to south of Faribault, and then actually over to Kenyon, and then down past Owatonna, past New Richland, past Fairmount, past Blue Earth. So yeah, these storms have really pushed the cold air out in front of them quite a ways. Yeah, that cell over Dakota County is starting to show signs of weakening here. They may wind up issuing a new warning out here for far eastern Dakota County. It could be Goodhue, say north of Goodhue to Lake City, up towards the southern part of Pierce County. So Plum City, Maiden Rock, up towards Trenton. That may be the case, but if it is, it's going to be out of our area pretty quick, because Pierce County is the only county we have left with any warnings besides the flash flood warning for Ramsey and Washington. With that, knowing that we're probably going to have another full day of this tomorrow, and I plan to be more on top of things tomorrow and not get caught flat-footed when it all starts to hit the fan like it did today. I am going to end our coverage here. What I'm going to do is just drop myself and the audio off of it. I will put the weather radio back on and then leave this up for a good half hour, check on it from here and there, and then probably take the stream down about 10:30 unless something happens between here and there and I need to jump back on.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Warning, a new special event has been reported. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.